Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are San Diego.
After a 3-3 road trip to Arizona and Chicago, are you glad to be home? You look at that skyline back in San Diego with the Padres for a week's homestand. And Seth Smith, he loves to hit at Petco, 378 this year, and hopes to have the kind of early June that he enjoyed early May. And here with the Pittsburgh Pirates, a man who has hit more home runs than everyone but one in the last couple of years, and so quietly, Pedro Alvarez hit 36 last year. As we welcome you to Petco Park, first of a 3-game series. The Bucks are in town, the Pittsburgh Pirates against the San Diego Padres. And good evening, everyone. With Mark Grant, Dick Enberg, good to be back, isn't it? Huh?
It is good to be back. Welcome back, Professor.
Thank you. There's some highs and lows on the road. Again, that 3-run barrier, when you cross it, the Padres won.
Yeah, that seems to be the magic number 3 or 4. Hopefully that the Padres offense could do that the first game of the series and set that tone for the series. But, talking about ups and downs, there's one guy that really needs to turn it up, and that's Tim Stauffer. And let's face it, nobody felt worse than Timmy did his last time out in Arizona. And quite frankly, there were some balls that were just so dunkers the opposite way. To me, that's Tim Stauffer executing his pitch, right? But sometimes you just have to tip your cap to the hitters. Now, there were some balls that were hit hard. It got down to the lineup where Owings, he left this one up. And that's what Tim said before today's game. He goes, you know what? I just did not execute the pitches when I was out there. I need to execute pitches to be successful. And he stood to he faced the music. He said, I need to make better pitches.
Well, he gets a chance now, filling the void left by Cashner and Robbie Erlin. Well, how about the Pirates? They bring in the most valuable player in the National League last year, Andrew McCutchen, their center fielder. Not quite what he was last year. Just hit his 5th home run yesterday.
The thing about Andrew McCutchen, you talk about the numbers last year and this year, the MVP has a plan when he goes up to the plate. How about taking Zach Greinke the opposite way? He's got one of the quickest set of hands in Major League Baseball. He's a 5-tool player. And when you look at Andrew McCutchen, not only with the bat, but with the leather coming in and making a fabulous catch, picking up his pitching staff. But the production numbers for Andrew McCutchen, the last 4 years, up. Home runs, RBIs, on-base percentage. He's worth the price of admission.
And that catch, Kristen Northrup made a brilliant catch in Chicago. I'd have to even give McCutchen another half a point for that. That's the best catch I've seen all year.
He's made one heck of a catch. He can go in on the ball and back on the ball. We've seen it many times. He's a human highlight reel.
Well, there's a void in the starting rotation with those 2 injuries that we mentioned. Who's going to pitch tomorrow night? Bud Black has made the decision, and that right-handed pitcher is here at Petco. We'll meet him with Chris Button when we return.
afternoon. It'll be another new face out there on the mound for the Padres tomorrow. Jesse Hahn will get the start. He got called up from AA in San Antonio. The 24-year-old, here's his stats in San Antonio. 10 games, 7 starts, has a 2-1 record with a 2.20 ERA. He's racked up 20 strikeouts over the season and batters hitting .242 against him. He was required over the offseason and during spring training made a big impression on Buddy Black. Here's what Buddy likes in the righty.
Tomorrow's game for Jess will be, obviously an exciting time for him and his family. I think it's an exciting time for us. We got, a guy coming out of our system with a good arm, good stuff, athletic guy. We'll see how he does. But, our indications in spring training that this guy was relatively close to the majors.
And that's your Geico quote of the game. And we got a chance to talk to Jesse. He says he hasn't stopped smiling since he got the call. So we'll see him out here tomorrow. Meanwhile, coming up, a battle against the Bucks. Game 1 against the Pirates. We got first pitch coming up on Fox Sports San Diego.
And we're ready to go. First of 6 home games, 3 with Pittsburgh, 3 with the Washington Nationals here at Petco. Tim Stauffer tuning up. And a look at the Pirates lineup brought to you by Mattress Discounters. Josh Harrison will lead it off. Done a good job in that top spot in the order. Neil Walker, Pittsburgh favorite, a local lad. Andrew McCutchen, the MVP in the league a year ago. Ike Davis, a great trade from the Mets. He has produced. Former Dodger Russell Martin behind the plate. Pedro Alvarez with his home run bat. At third base, Starling Marte in left. Jordy Mercer, and then Charlie Morton, the pitcher. Against Tim Stauffer.
And the scouting report, Mr. Enberg, is looking like this. Use all of your weapons. He's got the fastball, the 2-seamer, the 4-seamer, the cutter, the slider, the curveball. Don't be fastball/cutter happy. I think sometimes Tim falls into the trap of using his fastball too much. His cutter, he's got other good pitches as well to try to put away these bucko hitters.
And supporting him, the Romco Mortgage defense tonight with Quinton in left, Venable in center, Seth Smith in right field, Headley Cabrera, Jerko, and Alonso around the horn with Grandal behind the plate for the birthday man, Tim Stauffer, 32 years old today. His son Noah also celebrating a birthday today. He's 2.
Very nice. What a great gift, huh? It would be to take home a W.
Absolutely. We put the candles on that. Bud Black agrees with us, and we're set to go. Josh Harrison steps in. He's batting .316 as a leadoff hitter. Padres were 4-3 against the Bucks last year, although Pittsburgh won 2 out of 3 here. San Diego prevailed 3 out of 4 in Pittsburgh. First pitch misses upstairs at 92. 92-94 his season average, but hitting .316 as a leadoff man. That's a strike called by the tall umpire, 33-year-old Seth Buckminster, rookie umpire. He's ranges up there around 6'5". Might be the tallest umpire in the National League. Got to get that eye level down at the lower end of the letters.
Yeah.
He's really got to squat.
And you know what? He uses what they call the squat type position, because then there's a scissors position where they kind of get their front foot forward and then get into a scissors position with the back leg towards the backstop. Look at it. He gets down there. Pretty good view right there.
And that's a pretty good view of strike 3 for Harrison. Good start for Tim Stauffer as we check the keys to the game tonight. They're brought to you by the Honda dealers of San Diego County.
And the keys are looking like this. Keep Harrison and Walker off base. Well, he's halfway there to face McCutchen, who's batting 3rd, and hunt the fastball offensively. Charlie Morton likes to throw a lot of fastballs. He will challenge these Padre hitters tonight.
Neil Walker, switch hitting second baseman, and he slaps his first pitch foul with Andrew McCutchen on deck. We'll be talking about him throughout this 3-game series. He gives you a lot to talk about, a lot of adjectives, superlatives in his dictionary. Just misses inside with slider.
I think a lot of the reason why you see the numbers for Neil Walker is because of the guy on deck. Neil Walker's going to get some good pitches to hit. That's the .271 average. He's parked 10, driven in 29. You want to face Andrew McCutchen with the bases empty, so chances are Neil Walker's going to get some good pitches to hit.
Walker hit 16 home runs last year, already at the 10 mark, 1/3 of the way through the year. And that fastball misses inside, and the count goes 3-1. Clint Hurdle, the skipper of the Pirates and produced that big season a year ago, was the National League Manager of the Year. The Bucks won 94 games after 2 decades of not having a winning season. Swing and a miss as he goes after the 3-1 fastball.
Tim couldn't wait to get back out on that mound after that outing in Arizona.
Yep.
It's the worst thing for a starter. You got to wait 4 days.
Able to get only 1 out against the D-backs. Fouled away.
Tim even said before the game, as a reliever, if you give up 2 or 3 runs, and, you're only working an inning, right? There's a chance you could be in there the next day. As a starter, it's going to eat at you.
The old left-hander, keen eye on the mound, and Stauffer. Count has run out at 3-2. First round pick was Tim Stauffer, and that's pertinent in that this is the week of the amateur draft. Thursday, 4 o'clock, first round. Selections will be made. Swing and a miss, got him on the changeup. So Stauffer starts with punch outs of Harrison and Walker.
Tim shook off the slider. He shook off the curveball. Yasmani then did the old wiggle, and Neil Walker will wiggle back to the dugout on that changeup. That was a beautiful pitch.
Brings up Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen leading the Pirates. They're only .300 hitter at this stage at .307. Had not homered in 5 weeks until yesterday. The right center off Zach Greinke, and here it is. Greinke suffering the defeat to Edinson Volquez. 5-3 the final. And McCutchen 3 for 3. Not only the home run, but a pair of doubles. And he hits that to left field, but didn't get it all. And Quinton there to make the catch. A 1-2-3 first inning for Tim Stauffer. Here come the Padres. Visit your local Buick dealer or go to Buick.com. By Petco, the power of together. By your San Diego Lexus dealer. And by Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at Southwest.com. So Tim Stauffer works a 1-2-3 top of the first inning. Here come the Padres, bottom of the first against Charlie Morton. They call him Ground Chuck. He throws a lot of ground balls.
That's a great nickname.
Everett Cabrera will start it for the Padres. Hitting .247 on the year. A bit better left-handed than right-handed. 3 for 4 against Morton in their brief encounters. One and one. Padres have had difficulty getting to Morton. He's 2-0 lifetime with an ERA of only 1.33. Strike two, 1-2 now to the leadoff man.
They're kind of weird numbers for Morton as well. The 1-7 record, the ERA not bad at 3.2.
Yeah, it should be much better than 1-7 with that ERA. I guess he isn't getting a lot of support.
Fewer hits than innings pitched for the right-hander.
Inside, the count levels at 2-2. He's from Redding, Connecticut. Famous in part because Mark Twain at one time lived in that village in Connecticut. Seth Smith waits his turn. Chopped off home plate. That's going to be a tough play for Morton. He throws away out of the glove of first baseman Davis. Tough chance for Davis. And it'll be an infield hit for Everett Cabrera.
Credit Everett Cabrera, Dick, for just going right out of the box. He might think, maybe it went off some way, shape, or form, a different way to go foul, but he put his head down. And credit him also for staying in the running lane. He was right on that chalk line because as soon as that ball was free, I looked at Seth Buckminster, the home plate umpire, and he waved safe, meaning that he was safe in the runner's box on that line. He wasn't in fair territory, impeding the throw from the catcher.
Yeah, the official score has called that an error. That's not the normal call on a play, difficult as that was. But no base hit for Cabrera. And he, of course, a threat with 11 steals to lead the Padres. I have a feeling that judgment might be changed before game's end, but for the moment, Cabrera safe on E1.
Well, that error right there just adds to the Pirates' total. Now 45 errors. Now they're third most errors in the National League. So hopefully the Padres can take advantage with that miscue.
Not the way Clint Hurdle pictured the game starting, giving the Padres an extra out here in the first. Smith squaring, and of course with the shift on, a bunt would serve two purposes. One, it moves the runner up into scoring position. The other would be an easy base hit if he gets it anywhere by the pitcher.
Look at all that room on that left side right there to lay down a bunt.
But that's the whole idea of the shift, to dare the hitter that can hurt you with a long ball to go for the short base hit. It's always a temptation. And he squares again and takes ball 2. And that has been one of the remarkable facilities of Seth Smith, and we've learned to appreciate in his short tenure here in San Diego. Great batting eye. He takes a lot of pitches close, and he's right in his call and leads the team in walks with 25. Carlos Quentin next. Now he's swinging and takes ball 3. Trying to set the table for Carlos Quentin. 3-0, your leading hitter early in the game.
I say take. That's just me. What do you think, Dick?
I say take here. And he does, and it's a 4-pitch walk for Smith. So he didn't get anything to hit. Padres on an error and a walk have 2 on, no one on for Carlos Quentin as we check the San Diego lineup, brought to you by Toyota. We've already met Cabrera and Smith. Here's Quentin stepping in. Chase Headley cleanup. Yonder Alonso at first. Jed Jerko will bat 6th. Then Venable at 7th slot in center. Yasmani Grandal behind the plate. Tim Stauffer the pitcher, brought to you by Toyota.
And the scouting report for right-handed pitcher Charlie Morton making his 12th start. A lot of fastballs in. He'll try to challenge hitters, righties and lefties alike. The fastball, the curveball, and the changeup. He tops out about 95. Pretty much low 90s. 90. He'll live around 91, 92 with that fastball.
Padres a chance to do some damage early when they score first. They're 14-7 on the year, so bodes well. As Quentin takes strike 1. 93 on that Morton fastball.
Really good two-seam action on that fastball as well. That's why when he's on with that pitch, he's going to get a lot of ground balls.
And 0-2 now. No, that ball stays in fair territory, and now the call made foul by plate umpire. That's his call, or actually off the foot. Joe West, the umpire in chief here in this crew, looks over at third base umpire Rob Dragon, said foul, and got a nod of the head, and I guess the ball was foul as well.
Two-seamer in off the shin.
Didn't even wince, Quentin.
Yeah.
That's what made it confusing. Must have been almost just off his trouser leg. So 2 strikes on the man they call Q. Stayed with that off speed and fouled it back.
There's the curveball from Charlie Morton, and Carlos was just out in front a little bit.
Chase Headley had one of the 2 hits yesterday against Chris Sale. Boy, was he brilliant. Sale faced only 28, but Headley took him deep, real deep, at U.S. Cellular for his 5th home run. The only other hit, Tommy Medica single. Takes outside. And the Padres, for the 2nd straight road trip, finished at 500. That's okay. 500 on the road. Now they got to generate something special here at home. Get some winning cooking in that pot on the stove here. Get it to boil. Pulled foul. And this is a situation with that third baseman Alvarez playing near the bag, and a batter that doesn't run that well.
Right.
You don't want a ball hit right to the third base bag. That could spell triple play very quickly.
And Morton, who has that two-seam fastball in, he'll challenge the right-handed hitter. Carlos Quentin heads up left side of that infield.
Cabrera at second, Smith at first, no one out. And 1-2 now to Carlos Quentin. Got him. Big curveball. First strikeout for Morton. A look at tonight's Pirates defense. It's brought to you by Honda. In the outfield, Marte, McCutchen, and Harrison left to right. At the corners, Alvarez at third, Davis at first. Mercer and Walker, the double play combo up the middle. Martin behind the plate for Morton. Chase Headley, the third baseman. Home run yesterday, was batting right-handed against Chris Sale. And here it is, a no-doubter. Look how far up in the left field bleachers this one lands.
Yeah, Chase did a nice job of turning on the inside fastball out of the hand of Chris Sale. Probably the only mistake he made all afternoon.
Just watching you and Mike Pomeranz with your call yesterday, and able to just sit back as a fan. I marveled at Chris Sale's stuff. I don't think there's been a better pitching job against the Padres all year.
Herky-jerky delivery, plus stuff, plus off-speed stuff that he could throw at any time. You're absolutely right.
I mean, he looked like the starter for the American League in the All-Star game, pitching like that. Boom, big swing, and he right through the fastball at 94. A little extra from Morton on that pitch. 0-2 now, the count.
Looks like Charlie Morton sets up in his glove with an abbreviated split finger grip for his changeup, and then adjusts accordingly in his glove. It's either the fastball or the curveball.
1-2. How did you set up in your glove when you were pitching?
It was always a two-seam fastball grip, and then I adjusted accordingly in my glove, so I can go to every pitch that I threw off my two-seam grip.
You see more and more pitchers, though, with this initial setup, don't you?
Yes.
Crowds him 2-2.
Dick, I initially went with the two-seam grip. See two seams here. So if it was a fastball two-seamer there, if it was a four-seamer, I just adjust there. Off the two-seam, if it was a changeup, I just go like that.
How'd you throw your forkball? Like that.
Look at that.
Strike three called. Headley caught looking, and so Morton, after an error and a walk, strikes out Quentin and fans Headley.
As we take a look at this sequence of pitches from Charlie Morton and Chase Headley, remember, keep in mind, one of the scouting report little nuggets was that he was loving to throw the fastball and challenges with the fastball. Okay, he starts him off soft. You got a call there on the curveball. Going up in the zone. Up in the zone again, not biting. And then look at the two-seam movement as well. Backing him off a little bit. And just getting the top part of that strike zone with pitch number 5.
So it's Alonso, and he grounds it to the first baseman, Davis. He does the belly flop and gets the put out 3-1. For the Padres, an opportunity. First 2 men on, but nothing on the board after 1.
since going on the disabled list with that sore elbow. Threw about 65 to 70 pitches. Said no soreness, no pain in the elbow, which is good. Also said that he'd be ready to start as soon as this weekend. Some interesting stats. Who did he face up there on the mound? Well, he had to face Jose Valentin, who went 0 for 5 against him. I talked to Jose earlier. He said that's the first time in 7 years he's seen him pitch that fast. Also says he's glad he just didn't get hurt.
And Dave Roberts stepped in and punched a single to left field. That had the whole group of Padres who were watching the ordeal cheering their coach. Showed he still got the stuff.
That was fun to watch. And the main reason is because Andrew Cashner looks with a few more tune-ups or a couple more tune-ups, ready to get right back into action. The one thing I looked at, Dick, during the simulated game was the movement and the location of his pitches, and they looked spot on.
Martin leads off here, or Ike Davis rather, with Russell Martin to follow. Davis acquired from the Mets. So he pitches a simulated 5-inning game today. His bullpen then would be Wednesday. So if he were back in rotation, he would pitch Saturday or Sunday,
right?
And may be activated for just that against Washington, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. And as Chris said, and Bud Black said after Andrew threw, the big thing is to see how he feels tomorrow, because stressing that arm overnight, waking up the next day and seeing how the wing feels. But I'll tell you what, the body language of Andrew was like, hey, I'm ready to go. That's a good sign.
That's great news for the Padres. They need to get that rotation back in order, and we're all curious to see what Jesse Hahn, the 24-year-old right-hander, acquired in the offseason in the trade with Tampa Bay that brought Alex Torres here. Had a great spring, almost made the team in spring training.
Yep.
Jesse Hahn, he'll get the call tomorrow, his major league debut. That'll be worth being here. Hope to see you out at Petco. If not, 6:30 our TV time here on Fox Sports San Diego. Jesse Hahn against Garrett Cole, a former UCLA star, who is 5-3. High fly ball deep into the left field corner, and that's going to sail into the souvenir section away from Carlos Quinn. Now Davis, he trades uniforms, and he seems to like the black and gold better than the Mets flannels. He was hitting only .208 with the Mets. They finally gave up on him. Traded him for a player to be named later in a minor league pitcher. He's hitting .273 now with the Pirates. Even better than that with Pittsburgh. .273 overall. Skies that one high to center field. Venable waiting for it to come down. One away here in the second. That'll bring up catcher Russell Martin.
Well, what a turnaround for Tim Stauffer early on, facing 4 hitters, 4 up, 4 down. He's aggressive in the zone. He's got good movement on that two-seam fastball. And going back to his last start, it's also very frustrating, not when you look at the numbers in just a third of an inning. But the frustrating thing for Tim was he said, you know what, I felt great. I felt great.
It was one of those games, though. You had them, every pitcher, good, bad, and different, has that game where no matter how they hit the ball hard or soft, it finds a hole.
Yep.
It was one of those nights for him. I mean, some of those were ridiculously soft hits. Batter totally fooled, just punches a little pumpkin over the first baseman's head. Martin on the check swing is down on the count, 2 strikes. Ever pitch on your birthday? Must have.
You know what? That would have been in the playoffs or World Series, and I was never fortunate enough to do that. October. I'm an October baby.
I see.
I wish I did. That means I'm pitching in the postseason, right?
1-2 the count. Martin, after his first 5 years with the Dodgers, to the Yankees for 2, and then last season in Pittsburgh hit .226, but delivered 15 homers in the dirt, and the count goes 2-2. North Carolina State Wolfpack. Russell Martin. That misses away, and he's one of the many native Canadians that have really sparkled here in the major league level more and more each year.
Good leadership behind the plate.
3-2. High pop up, shallow and center. Venable in, Jerko out. Venable calls him off, makes the catch. Well, we invite you to be here Sunday, folks. The honor goes to the men and women of the United States Marine Corps on their Appreciation Day, presented by USAA. Special pregame ceremony, as always, that honors the members of the U.S. Marines and all the military. Padres take the field against Washington, a 1:10 game. Tickets available, Padres.com, or call 619-795-5555.
Got the shift on again. Oh, we're seeing more and more of that now that Pedro Alvarez is up at the plate.
Alvarez, last year with 36 home runs, tied for the National League lead with Paul Goldschmidt of Arizona. He's got 10 this year, leads the team in home runs and in RBIs with those 31. Only Giancarlo Stanton has hit more home runs the last 2.5 seasons. Giancarlo was 77 to this date, one more than Alvarez. Probably the best unknown power hitter in baseball. He drills that one deep to right, but it's going to hook foul. Plenty of distance. Look at where that lands, up in the second deck. Oh my. So there are the totals. 30 in 2012, tying for the National League lead with 36 last year, and 10 already this season. 76. It's got a lot of trombone music to it.
So not so much an average guy, but also a threat, or I should say a threat in that lineup for the long ball. And you know, the Padre pitchers this year have done pretty darn good against guys who have been known to hit the long ball. Once in a while you give up that home run, but overall I think they've done pretty well.
Goes off speed, and the count full to Alvarez. He isn't striking out as much this year. He struck out 50 times, but he was way above that at this stage a year ago. Line drive, and he beats the shift. That one goes right by the outstretched glove of Chase Headley, who had moved over to the second base side of the bag, and that's the first hit of the ball game. And takes us to our Saquon Casino Vacation stat of the game. And there we have it. Starling Marte, as he steps in amongst the league leaders, striking out the most times. Ryan Howard, then Bird and Upton. Both Uptons on that list. Marte, a good-looking young player.
Key here, strike one, then expand that strike zone. That tells me that you don't have to throw him a strike when you get ahead.
Four home runs so far and 17 runs batted in. That's a strike. I remember 3 years ago the Padres were flirting with a possible trade. They were very interested in a minor league player, this guy Starling Marte. Pittsburgh would not give him up. He goes after a ball in the dirt. Good block by Grandal. Count goes 1-2.
Seth Buckminster, the home plate umpire, all over that check swing, immediately pointing at Starling Marte. Good curveball. Good tight break on that last pitch. You don't think Tim's going to throw him a strike here, do you? Not with all those strikeouts. Be ready, Yasmani Grandal, to block another pitch in the dirt.
There's the sign, low and away. Didn't go. And a good block. Alvarez, 2 outs. First Pirate base runner. And the 25-year-old Dominican, Starling Marte, at the plate. First full season a year ago, Marte finished with a .280 average. Ooh, Stauffer thought he had him. On top of decent power, Marte excellent speed. He led the Pirates last year with 41 stolen bases. Foul tip, strike 3. Third strikeout for Tim Stauffer. Here come the Padres, bottom of the second. Second baseman Jed Jerko will lead it off. No score at Petco. Wonderful act of magic. Someone just flipped those cards out there and look at how it worked out. Jerko on the left, Venable center, and Grandal on the right, and that's how they're going to bat here in the second inning.
Very creative. I like that. A job well done.
Jason Lewis was out there at 6 this morning, just planting those so carefully. Jed Jerko. We're talking about after a third of the season, what everyone thinks is going to happen. This man is going to start lighting it up. The upside for Jed Jerko is obvious. He's 111 points behind what he was hitting last year at this time. And yet his home run and RBI totals are just as good. But you've got to get on base to let the other guys drive you in. And that'll do it. No, it won't. Right at Mercer. Well, that's tough luck. Well hit. Line out to short. And time now to tweet your photo using hashtag #SDFanPhoto, or a chance to have it shown on our broadcast, brought to you by AT&T. I'll show you that photo later.
I thought you were going to tweet a photo of yourself when you had some time off, Professor, in San Diego, maybe at the beach or up the coast. That would have been nice.
No, you just seen me at the movie theater and at a concert, a little Bach. We went up to Santa Barbara on the train and took the surf rider up to Santa Barbara. Nice little 5-hour ride. That's a great way to travel.
Leave them driving to them, right?
That's right. You get in one of those jams going through LA and it can ruin your whole mini holiday. So a couple of movies, just a review on both. The Immigrant is one, and the other is Chef. We saw Chef a couple nights ago. Really enjoyable motion picture experience. Will Venable takes its 1 and 2.
And we saw the shift again. 3 Pirates on the right side of that infield against Will Venable. And Charlie Morton not afraid of challenging Will Venable with the fastball in this at bat.
Foul back. Venable on the trip had a big day, a 4 for 4 game, his first time in his career. Got him. Breaking ball. Third strikeout for Morton. Let's go down to Chris Button. Chris.
Yeah, well, you'll notice with Yasmani Grandal coming up to bat that he's changed his stance for about the second time in a year. When we see him come up here, he's standing more straight up, so it kind of mimics Carlos Quentin. The reason for this is because he says he's trying to take pressure off that right knee. After his ACL surgery, he changed it from a leg kick to a toe tap that was still putting too much pressure on the knee. So now he's trying to stand straight up. He said he actually trying to mimic Q out of that.
Let's hope he gets some long ball results. He does have 5 home runs, but his average down under 200. And that one almost caught him.
And there's Carlos Quentin, who we have seen recently standing more erect at the plate.
Curveball has baffled the Padre hitter so far.
Yeah, Charlie Morton does a good job of getting up on top of that curveball and really spinning it nicely and getting that great rotation. That's an off the table 12-6 curveball.
And the count runs to 2-2 on Yasmani. You got him. 4 strikeouts in 2 innings for Charlie Morton. And after 2 at Petco, the Bucks and the Pirates and the Padres don't score.
Tonight on Fox Sports San Diego, Dick Enberg is going to sit down and chat with former Padre closer and all-around great guy Trevor Hoffman on an all-new Cup of Coffee with Dick Enberg. Tonight, after we finish up this game here on Padres Live, the postgame show, stay tuned. New Cup of Coffee with Dick Enberg and number 51, Trevor Hoffman. That'll be a good one.
I think you'll enjoy it. He's such an engaging guy, charming guy, and, of course, one of the Padre heroes. I hope you'll enjoy our conversation. So much to his background, a former infielder becoming a pitcher. Father was an opera singer, more and more. So hope you'll join us. Jordy Mercer leads it off in the top of the 3rd. Shortstop hitting 199 last year. Finished out at 285, Mercer, and 8 home runs. Former Cowboy at Oklahoma State. Passed off for pounding the strike zone early. 3 strikeouts.
Yeah, he's trusting his stuff nicely, especially that 2-seam fastball. He's got good movement to it.
A lot of long counts, however. He's already had 4 full counts, and he goes 2-2 now to Mercer with pitcher Morton on deck.
I really haven't seen any of these Pirate hitters. I know it's the bottom of the order here, but the fastball, not being able to turn it around, they're fouling it back, fouling it off the other way. That's a good sign.
And another foul. That's running that pitch count up to 45. Two and two to Mercer. That ball is drilled. That's not going to come down till a fan has a souvenir into the second deck. And Mercer has hit his second home run of the season. The Bucks will take the early lead. That was hammered. Pittsburgh 1, San Diego nothing.
This is the one fastball that misses with location. Two things. He wanted it down and away. It looked like a two-seamer. Wanted to try to bring it back. 2-2. But it leaks over the middle of the plate. And after seeing a couple, he takes advantage of the mistake there. It's a matter of bad location on the fastball to Jordy Mercer.
That's where the big men hit balls, up there. Here's Morton, the pitcher, 0 for 16 on the season. So the number 8 hitter delivers the home run for the Pittsburgh Pirates and the early lead.
Andrew McCutchen doesn't like the smell of something with Mercer.
If that stinks, get me about 30 more of them. Strikeout number 4 for Stauffer as we check the All-Star balloting. Let's go over to the American League and see how things are going. Let's see, the outfield would be Cabrera of Toronto, Trout of the Angels, and Bautista also of the Blue Jays. Jeter and Cano, the former double play combination in New York, but of course Cano now at Seattle. Donaldson of the Oakland A's has had a great year. Cabrera, Miggy Cabrera, the Tigers at first base. Let's go back to the catcher right now with I think Wieters, who's hurt, leads in the balloting.
Still getting
catcher.
votes, huh?
Yeah.
Sympathy votes, maybe? Josh Donaldson at third base. Getting a lot of votes.
Harrison swings through that one, 1-2. He struck out the first time. Well, you can catch the All-Star game July 15th on Fox. Ground ball toward the hole and off the glove of Headley, backed up by Cabrera, but an infield hit for Harrison. It's the third Pirates hit with one out. Harrison aboard. So just going back to the All-Star, if balloting closed today, it is Wieters with the most votes, although he's on the injured list and probably out maybe the whole year. Cruz, who leads in home runs, is the backup outfielder. Pretty good team. And of course you can see the All-Star game here on Fox on July 15th.
And the captain, Derek Jeter, going to start at shortstop. The last hurrah. Number 2.
Looks like Trout has the most votes so far. Neil Walker struck out swinging when after a changeup on a 3-2 pitch his first time.
Hey, get back to that last infield hit. What a great effort by Chase Headley. Got smoked on the knee in Chicago. No problem going to his left there. He dove, he got dirty, just couldn't get to it. Off the glove, and Cabrera backing up nicely. Just off the thumb of the glove there.
Infield set for 2 up the middle. Harrison has only a couple of steals. We have to get back to Chris Budden and get a report on, let's see, Cameron Maben with a calf, and that's going to be a balk called against Stauffer. He was set to pitch and broke his action, and plate umpire Buckminster whistles it out. A balk that moves Harrison into scoring position.
You watch the footwork. Watch Tim as he pivots. You got to throw. You have to throw when you do that. You don't have to throw if you step back off the rubber. You pivot in front of it. You have to throw to first base, and Tim did not.
A little brain cramp for the veteran Stauffer. And 2-0 now to Walker with Harrison in scoring position. A run home here in the third on the long home run by shortstop Jordy Mercer. Walker now is number 2 all-time home runs by a Pittsburgh second baseman. Ground ball through the left side, blocked by Cabrera, and he saved a run as Harrison has to pull up at third. That ball goes through, and Harrison was rounding third, ready to roam on. Good play by Cabrera, but the Bucks now first and third with 1 out.
Boy, how many times recently, the last start and this start, has that Tim Stauffer given up some hits, that 18 hoppers that just found the hole off the glove of Cabrera? Get it in quickly? You betcha, Dick. He did save a run right there. Ball wasn't hit that hard out the left field. There's a chance that he is going to score on that. Harrison. Well, you still keep the double play in order here with 1 out.
But that's the good news, double play in order. The bad news is they have to induce one of the top hitters in the league to accomplish that double play feat. Andrew McCutchen flied to left his first time. He likes hitting here. 8-game hitting streak at Petco.
And he's grounded into 3 double plays this year.
Good speed. Tough to double him up. He's got to hit one sharply right at an infielder to turn 2.
Nice.
Rondal saved a run there. Well, a spray chart for McCutchen. Where does he hit the ball? Southwest Airlines spray chart.
Well, he's pull happy, 29 to left field, but still approaching 20 center and right. We saw a home run out of the hand of Zach Greinke up at Dodger Stadium going the opposite way. Not only going the opposite way, but with some authority as well.
Yeah, that was deep right center.
Yeah, that wasn't a cheapie.
2-0 now to McCutchen, so he's in the driver's seat with runners at the corners, only 1 out. Waiting on a 2-0 delivery. Harrison and Walker aboard. On the corner, went to the slider.
Yep. Great location as well, down and away.
He delivers, men in scoring position, clutch hitter. Bouncing that breaking ball, it's 3-1.
Yazzi's getting a workout back there behind home plate. He's doing a fine job of squaring up to keep that baseball in front of him, preventing it from going back to the screen.
Infield back. They're looking for a double play chance. Bail out Stauffer here in the third. Healthy cut. Five times Stauffer facing a 3-2 situation. Think about McCutchen. Seems like he's been around a long time. He's just 27. They knew what they were doing when they picked him in the first round. They tried the play at third base, but Harrison, helped by Mike Leyva, the third base coach, back easily. Nick Labor, I'm sorry. And the bases are loaded. McCutchen walks. Well, there were 2 catches over the weekend that were absolutely superb. Chris Denorfia in Chicago. When I saw this watching at home, I thought he broke his wrist. Or dislocated something, and he came up healthy and with the ball. And then yesterday, McCutchen did him even one better. This is remarkable. Catching the ball, sliding, but reaching out and making the play. Even he said, I don't know why. I'm so good.
Yeah, well, lowering his eyesights and that glove, sliding on the ground and catching it right before he hits that grass.
They are talented.
Yeah, and the one Chris Denorfia made, there were 2 runners on base. If that gets by Chris Denorfia in Chicago, that's possibly 2 runs.
Maybe 3. That might have been inside the park. Alex Torres first up in the bullpen as the Padres starter. Tim Stauffer has worked himself into trouble. A couple of infield hits, a balk and a walk. And the Pirates, after a home run by Mercer, have a bases loaded. And their cleanup hitter, Ike Davis, at the plate. 63 pitches already. 3rd inning. And another ball in the dirt.
Some pitchers elect to go to the stretch as you take a look at the base runners for the Pirates.
Harrison, Walker, and McCutchen aboard. Three slams in his career for Davis. 2-0, and there's no room for more wildness here. The base is full of bucks. FOB. Here's where you can really be selective. He's got to come in with something good. High drive, deep left center field. More toward left, and Quentin has room. Tagging and scoring Harrison. And moving over to third is Walker. 2-0 Pittsburgh. 18th RBI for Ike Davis. He just missed that one.
Well, Tim was trying to work down in the zone. He did get an out. The Pirates do get a run. But credit Davis for getting something elevated. And you know what, Carlos Quentin, when he went back on this one, take a look, it's a high changeup. Ball went a long way getting under it the way he did. Carlos Quentin immediately got that ball back into second base, keeping the runner at first base. Now the Padres can go the short way to get out of this inning at the force at second base.
Russell Martin, the batter, he flied to center the first time. Now that was a big out. Yes, the Pirates scored their second run, but with the bases loaded and down in the count 2-0. Almost early in the game will sacrifice that extra run, knowing got plenty of time to catch up. Strike. 1-1. The upcoming delivery from Stauffer will be his 30th pitch this inning. And another block by Grandal.
That's going to be maybe 5, 6, maybe 7 balls in the dirt that Yasmani has done a great job of squaring up and keeping in front of him.
It's almost like spring training when they purposely throw balls in the dirt to catchers just to give them work on getting their entire body in front of the ball. Not try to just glove it. Three and one now to Martin. An exhausting inning for Tim Stauffer. 2 runs are home. Runners at first and third, 2 out.
Jared Balls are going to check the bullpen.
And they're loaded again. Second walk of the inning. And with a left-handed power hitter, Alvarez due to hit, that's going to be all for Stauffer. But Black going to go out and bring in the lefty Torres. Play the percentages against Alvarez. So Stauffer, who struggled in Arizona, has a tough time again tonight. Couple of runs in. 2 outs here in the third. And it's hardly a happy birthday for the 32-year-old from Saratoga, New York. Change of pitchers. Torres comes in. We'll be right back. Diego. Fox Sports San Diego presents Padres baseball, brought to you by Sequan Casino. Real friendly, real close. By Jack in the Box. Head to Jack in the Box and try the new Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. And by the Aramco Group. Purchase, refinance, reverse. Visit us at aramco.biz. People say, do you really see a green flash when the sun sets over the water? Yes, it really does happen. I've seen it twice. When you're out at sea, you might see it more than one time. Kind of part of the summer here in San Diego. You're on the beach having a nice little picnic, and you wait for the sun to set. Maybe you get that magical green flash. Well, let's see if there's any magic in that left arm of Alex Torres. He inherits a bases-loaded situation here in the third, and 2 runs home.
It's going to be interesting because Tim Stauffer only going 2 2/3 through 71 pitches. A lot of ball game left. So that means a lot of bullpen. And then with Jesse Hahn throwing tomorrow, the 24-year-old, who knows how he's going to go deep in the game. So this is going to be a challenge for manager Bud Black. Hopefully Torres maybe 1 or 2 pitches to get out of this and leave those 3 runners stranded.
That's right. Jesse Hahn, the most he's pitched is 5 innings in the minors. So you can't expect too long an outing from him. All right, bases loaded. Alvarez, the home run hitter. And he picks on the first pitch and skies it off third. Headley over to take a look right at the railing, and that'll be just behind the dugout there on the third base side.
And, you know, bringing in the left-hander Torres right here, you got to stop it right now. You got to leave it at 2. You know, ideally, you want to see Torres in the 7th inning facing that left-hander in a situation with a couple runners on. Hey, here in the 3rd inning, this could be the one spot where you make that one good pitch, you leave him stranded, and hopefully you try to inch back, try to even the score.
And you might even just, if you get the one out here, you save his arm for tomorrow night, and then you bring in Don Roach, who's the other long man in the bullpen.
One thing about Alex Torres, we know this is for sure. He will throw the changeup anytime to any hitter, righty, lefty, it does not matter. That was a changeup there, missing for a ball.
Home run by Mercer started things. A couple of infield hits, a walk, and a sacrifice fly. Ike Davis made it 2-0. Martin walked to reload the bases. Now 1-1 to Alvarez. Torres ahead on the count, 1-2. A lot to assimilate there for the veteran right-hander.
That's a good percentage there. Inherited runners stranded. He wants to leave it at 2, but he wants to leave Tim Stauffer's runners out there. He wants to pick up his starter.
This is the spot for the strikeout. 1-2. Backs him off with a 93-mile-an-hour fastball. 2-2.
Well, big pitch right here because you know Torres doesn't want to go full, right?
It seems like every Pittsburgh batter tonight has had at least a 2-2 count. Twos are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runs in.
Torres all over the map right there on the Fox tracks.
Way upstairs. So with 2 outs and 3-2, wind up the 3 base runners. You got to throw a strike. Starling Marte on deck. He would be the 9th man to come to bat this inning. Runners in their blocks. They're off. Struck him out. Got him with a changeup. Big. Alex Torres extinguishes what could have been a very big inning for Pittsburgh. They lead 3 but score 2. And after 2.5, the Bucks are up 2-0.
For you, Tommy Medica, as he got injured during that road trip, has a quad strain, but he could be available to pinch hit tonight. They try to stay away from him if they can. And as for Cameron Maybin, he also has a calf strain. They'd really like not to use him today, but he has been stretching here in the dugout during this last inning, guys.
All right, thanks for the update, Chris. Let's hope those are not serious injuries, just day to day. We'll see them back in duty on this homestand. Well, here's a little piece of private Major League history. Alex Torres in his 68th game, his first Major League at bat.
Swing as hard as you can. You might hit it.
That's right. You can't hit it if you don't.
That's right.
Yeah. Sometimes the first time is the best time. Oh, that's a wicked sinking fastball off the right hand of Charlie Morton.
I wonder whose shillelagh he's using and whose batting glove and whose helmet he's using. Usually pitchers do have their own helmet. That bat looks kind of used. Well, maybe he does have his own bats.
One ball, two strikes.
All the time. Let me get set up here.
Yeah, got a piece of it. There's the start. On top of the order, Cabrera and Smith to follow. Got him with a breaking ball. No mercy from Charlie Morton. 5 strikeouts for Morton.
That's not fair.
Here's Cabrera. Thought he had an infield hit the first time up, but it was ruled an error, throwing error by the pitcher Morton on his chopper off home plate. He does pitch inside, Morton. In fact, he's among the major league leaders in hit batsmen. 10 times he's hit a batter. "30 years of age is Morton.
Of course, Alex now getting an earful from his teammates on that hack.
Rene Rivera giving it to him. 2-1, Cabrera.
Alex is probably saying, hey, he threw me a curveball to strike me out. He knew that I could hit the heater.
Three and one. Discipline to pull that bat back for Cabrera. Take the pitch out of the zone after squaring.
Well, that's the bat that he put back, Alex Torres, in the rack, and that's Rene Rivera's bat, number 44.
Look at that two-seamer. That's got a lot of movement.
It really does. Good looking pitch.
So Cabrera will go up on the handle as Torres continues to defend his first major league at bat. Morton, ground ball pitcher, and a strikeout pitcher tonight with 5. Fewest home runs per 9 innings since 2011. He's been toughest to go deep. Better than Kershaw and Wainwright. And a walk for Cabrera. He's on board for the second time.
Petco Park is the place to be Friday, June 6th. It's coming up this weekend. Padres are going to face off against the Washington Nationals. First pitch 7:10. But the party really starts early with the second Padres Beer Fest of 2014. Enjoy great craft beers from local and national breweries in the Park at the Park. And it all starts at 5 o'clock. Beat the lines and get your tickets. Get your Friar funds. Get a t-shirt early at padres.com/beerfest.
Kind of the Padres version of TGIF. Huh? Come out early.
Yeah.
enjoy the beer fest, and then the Padres and Nationals. We have the pitching matchups, but we might see Steven Strasburg during the weekend, who just did get in under that slap tag.
Did you see the motion that Ike Davis made? I wonder if they're going to want to challenge this one, because he kind of gave the.
He had him leaning the wrong way. No, he was late on that swipe.
And then he does a little thing on his wrist.
Chance for the Padres to get back after the 2 runs scored by Pittsburgh at the top half of this third inning. Seth Smith walked the first time. Leads the club in home runs with a half dozen.
Hey, after that swipe tag, so that Ike Davis, watch how he, after he catches it, right, he gets back safely on the swipe, and then all of a sudden he goes like with his hand on his wrist right there. I don't know whether that's, hey, have a look at it, maybe, hey, call off the jam. There was no challenge. Nobody came out. Well, you don't think so?
No, I like to call off the jam.
Oh,
and that took me back a few hundred years to the roller derby days.
Derby, there you go.
Dick Lane.
Now you're getting me excited again. The T-Birds.
He was sitting around listening to Dick Lane tell stories, and all the way back to Annie Oakley, not as a roller derby skater. That left-handed throwing first baseman, they'll get you more outs because that glove's right there, and the way they swipe, that quick swipe tag right at the bag. They're trained just to throw it right at the corner of the bag. Hope you get you.
And you know what? If your hand gets in the way, that's going to hurt a little bit too with that ball and that webbing of that first baseman's glove. That was a great swipe tag right there by Davis.
1-1 to Smith. Fouled at the plate.
Well, everything Morton throws moves.
It's a changeup.
Watch it out of the hand here. That's the old split finger grip changeup. See that tumbling?
Yeah, it looked almost like very little movement, almost like a knuckler coming up there. So 1-2 now to Smith. Shift on. Third baseman Alvarez only about 15 feet on the third base side of the bag at second. First base umpire Alan Porter busy over there. In this umpiring crew, we may have the youngest and the oldest, not Porter, but the plate umpire Buckminster is only 33, and of course you got the venerable Joe West out at second base. He is the dean of all umpires. This is his 37th season.
Wow.
Former star quarterback at Elon College.
Elon College, that's right. That's in North Carolina, right?
Crossword puzzle college.
A couple of other big leaguers. Greg Booker, Elon College. Greg Harris, Elon College.
1-2. There he goes. Struck him out. And a steal for Cabrera. Morton with a strikeout pitch. He's got 2 more here in the third. 6 total.
Well, he went back to the curveball. If he's not throwing the moving two-seamer, he's flipping up that curveball. And that one has great 12-6 movement on it. Picked a good pitch to run on, too.
Makes you wonder. Here's a man with a 1-loss record, 1-7 with that kind of stuff. The giveaway is the ERA, 3.29 with only 1 win. Cabrera in scoring position. The Padres tried to nibble a run after the 2-run top of the inning, and that ball hits Quentin, the 11th hit batsman by Morton this year, and that puts the tying run aboard.
There's that two-seamer in. He's been throwing it in to lefties. Throws it into righty Carlos Quentin.
Got him on the backhand wrist. Not happy about it. So Chase Headley, deja vu for him in the first inning. He came up with runners at first and second. Here he is again, first and second. Took a third strike back in the first. Cabrera and Quinton aboard. 2 outs here in the last of the third. Starts him with a breaking pitch. So through June 1st, a season ago, he was at 242, same home run total. Actually has more RBIs at this point than last year. That may surprise some of you. Remember, he came on strong the last month and a half. And now 2 strikes as Morton jumps ahead again.
Well, back-to-back breaking balls from Morton. Now Chase has really got a battle. Does he face the 2-seamer? Does he face that split-finger changeup? Does he face the curveball?
Got him again. Ball in the dirt. And he's out at first base. And the 2-3 putout. So Headley becomes the 7th strikeout victim as Morton strikes out the side in the 3rd inning. Dominating so far. Padres looking. Glorious sound to any sailor. And here, one of the great harbors in the world, San Diego. We'll be saluting the Marines on Sunday. Hope you'll be here against the Washington Nationals. Top of the 4th, Alex Torres inheriting the game. Will face Starling Marte, who struck out swinging the first time. Mercer and Morton, 3 M's in the bottom of the order. Marte, Mercer, and Morton. 1-1. Pirates with 2 runs in the last inning could have been much worse. Torre able to strike out Alvarez with the bases loaded.
Hey.
Hits Marte. Whether that's an answer to Quinton being hit, only the man on the mound knows. Just got away from him.
Yeah, when you look at Torres' numbers in the 22+ innings, you know, one of the things that sticks out is the 10 walks. Occasionally has a tendency to be wild and uncomfortable at bat. That one really gets away from him. Boy, up around the M on Marte. That's got to hurt.
His second hit batsman this year. So leadoff man on for Jordy Mercer, who clubbed a long home run his last time. Second home run of the season. Upper deck and left.
Well, Mark Sweeney's down by the Padre dugout, and I don't care if you're an 8 or 9 hitter or whatever, you make a mistake, going to jump all over. Good swing, huh, Mark?
Yeah, good swing, and you can understand, too, on that fastball, when it doesn't sink, it flattens out a little bit easier for that right-hander to handle. And he's also choking up, as you can see, trying to handle that barrel of the bat.
Not many 8-hitters hit it above the aisle in the left field bleachers. That was a mighty poke. Hitting just 199 on the season. Well, from up here, Mark Sweeney, the stuff of Charlie Morton has been very impressive.
Very impressive. Also, the breaking ball, the movement on the fastball, and he has been locked in. Looks like he has good chemistry with Russell Martin, the catcher, as well.
Waiting his turn. He's 0 for 17 on the season. Whoa. High over to Alonso.
And Mark Sweeney, to add to the frustration, Charlie Morton being out there on the mound, he's throwing everything up there.
Yeah, it looks like he's throwing everything. He feels very comfortable. That's the reason why I talk about the chemistry part of it. Russell Martin, the starting catcher, definitely is.
Runner goes, and in with a steal is Marte. He's got 13 to lead the Pirates. So a hit batsman and a stolen base as good as a long double.
A pitch down and away, so Grandal kind of yanks it a little bit. And one of the tougher throws to handle for a middle infielder. Jed Jerko trying to get on the short hop and keep it on there. Oh, does he come off? No.
So 2-1 the count to Mercer. No one out. Changeup. Another 2-2 count.
Guys, we were talking about the chemistry between Morton and also Russell Martin. The reason for the success last year for the Pirates was mainly because of Russell Martin coming over, adding that experience behind the plate. Very important. But that chemistry is very important for Morton and Russell Martin, especially tonight. They've struggled on the road.
And Mark, you know firsthand, right? You were a teammate of Russell Martin's, correct?
Yes, and just a guy that really had to evolve as a catcher too. But since he's been to the Yankees and also now Pittsburgh, he's evolved as a catcher. Very athletic behind the plate.
Yeah, one of the fastest running catchers. He came up with the Dodgers as an outfielder, didn't he?
Yeah, he played third base as well, and very athletic, like I talked about. He likes taking ground balls. We always talk about some of the guys that do that with the Padres, but very versatile. He has played third base in the big leagues, but also behind the plate, very athletic, blocking baseballs and calling a much better game now.
Full count, Jordy Mercer. Another good cut.
We just saw that shot, Mark, in the Pirate dugout. Russell Martin talking with Pedro Alvarez. It looked like they were motioning, talking about that changeup of Alex Torres. And, Russell Martin, he's been around the block for a youngster like Alvarez, who's grown into a veteran guy. He's still the great communication on that bench.
This is a guy that put up a lot of numbers early in his career and then fell off of graces with the Dodgers, but had to reinvent himself as a hitter. But now that veteran presence, asked him before the game how he liked it over in Pittsburgh, and he said he loves the guys.
3-2 and another foul. Pirates leading 2-0. We're in the top of the fourth inning. Leadoff man Marte hit by a pitch and stole his 13th base. He's out at second base. And Mercer, who homered deep to left field, has worked the count full and has fouled off 3 pitches since the count ran out. Line drive, center field. Venable charges. Here comes the runner around third, and Marte with that speed will score. It's 3-0. Well, you don't like to be hit by a pitch, and the best way to answer is to score a run with that opportunity, and that's exactly what Marte does, thanks to Mercer. Home run and now RBI single.
He left a changeup middle in. Remember, Mercer earlier jumped on a fastball out of the hand of Tim Stauffer. This from the left side. Elevated changeup. Inside out. Little flare. That's good baseball instinct also by Marte on second base. He knew that that ball was not going to be caught. It was just placed perfectly, and he was on his horse home.
Morton squares, and the bunt is a good one. Alonso will play it back to Jerko as Mercer moves up to second. One out, top of the order, Josh Harrison. Morton does his job, helping himself. Already with a 3-0 advantage, and with one out, man in scoring position for Harrison and Walker. Pirates are on a 3-stop road trip. Began in New York against the Mets. They won 1 of 3, and then surprised the Dodgers, took 3 out of 4 up north over the weekend. Deep in the hole, gonna have to hurry. Cabrera, no play. Harrison much too quick, and as Cabrera rounded off that ball, not hit hard, he realized he could not throw him out. Wise to just hold on to it. He had a man at second, he's still at second, and now you give them first base, set up the double play.
Well, for the Pirates, Josh Harrison has done a fine job filling in for Tabata in right field, and it just goes to show you a leadoff position. He's got some speed, and he's a young kid that's starting to learn how quickly to use the whole field. So when you do that and you incorporate some speed, put together a nice little looking player right there, huh?
Yeah, 2 hits, both infield hits into the hole. The other one was off the glove of Headley.
Yeah, good decision by Everett Cabrera there. Had to round that ball like you talked about, Dick, and going out there, and it didn't look like he fielded that, especially the transfer wasn't very good as well from down here.
So Neil Walker up with 2 on and 1 out. He has struck out, and he too with an infield hit. A slice of pie up in the sky. Out in front. We're in a changeup to start this sequence. Batting right-handed against Stauffer from the left side. Struck out with the infield hit. Walker, a more dangerous hitter from the left side. He has 9 of his 10 home runs hitting lefty. Average is about the same whether hitting left or right. Overall, a .271 mark. You know, Walker is to Pittsburgh what Joe Mauer is to Minneapolis St. Paul, a local kid.
There you go.
Three sport star. Yeah. And you stay at home as a professional, so fans know well of you, and now you come up to the big leagues, and Mauer's case, an all-star player, and Walker on the cusp of being one. To third foul.
Well, Mark, when you look at this National League Central, I know it's only June 2nd, but you know the Buccos made the playoffs last year, and still plenty of time. But who do you like in that division at this point in time?
Well, I think it still starts with St. Louis. They have not played consistent baseball, but you got Adam Wainwright, you got the closer, and you also have Yadier Molina, who I think is probably the difference maker in that division. But you've got to say Pittsburgh is in that conversation. They have not played well yet, but they have that run because they feel like they belong too.
Yep.
Oh, and another hit batsman. That one skips in and flips the shin guard of Walker, and the bases are loaded with Buccos again.
Alex Torres all over the map tonight in relief. He yanks this fastball off the left shin.
Second hit batsman in the inning. The first one scored, Marte. Now everyone moves up. Mercer to third. Harrison to second. Walker joins him at first. Jerry Bosley on the mound to give his left-hander a little pep talk. And Kevin Quackenbush loosens up.
Well, he really yanked that one down and in right there. And sometimes it's a case where Alex Torres might overthrow a little bit. With one out, the base is loaded here. He needs to make a pitch.
He's going to have to make it against the toughest hitter in the lineup, Andrew McCutchen. McCutchen has flied to left and walked. A couple of singles, a couple of hit batsmen, one run home, and bases full for Pittsburgh.
You know, he might be swinging early here if he gets the fastball. Remember, he's got opposite field pop as well.
A weak swing, fooled on the pitch.
Well, there was a fastball, and it was away.
It's a good time to be first ball hitting, isn't it?
Sure. You just have a visit from your pitching coach. You want to throw a strike. You don't want to fall behind because bases are loaded.
Only one out. Pirates already 3-0.
And overthrew that one too. And you know, I remember talking to Darren Balsey in spring training about Alex. He said one of the things that he falls into when he is not throwing consistent strikes, his body gets, his chest and head get way out in front of his arm. So he leads more with his chest and head than he does his arm, and it's tough to catch up. Therefore, you work underneath everything, and everything's up and out of the zone.
A ball and a strike to McCutchen. 2-1.
Oh, here we go. This is good. Not maybe on this spot, but sometimes the chest gets out in front, and then the arm has it. He's got it got way up in top to get down in the zone.
Well, he takes a big stride for a man under 6 feet tall. 2-2. Goes to the changeup. Pirates the last 2 innings seemingly with the bases loaded every batter. 2 different times bases loaded in the third, and now they're drunk again. Three and two. Don Roach, we knew we'd see him warming up sooner or later with Quackenbush. Mike Davis, a left-handed hitter, on deck. Get this, already 10 full counts the Pirates have faced. 3-2, bases loaded. McCutchen. Ground ball to third. There's one. Back across, a low throw, and Alonso digs it out. A double play. The pitcher's best friend. 5-3 on the double play to bail out of what could have been another dangerous inning.
Morton on the mound for the Buccos. We're going to talk about the curveball. He's actually been throwing 2 types of curveballs tonight. One, he really gets up on top. You get that off the table, 12-6. And then there are some times when he'll lower his arm angle a little bit and work around it a little bit, like that one right there. He's shown that he can throw the 2-seamer, the split-finger changeup, and that curveball for strikes. And when you get ahead, Dick, he bounces it. You have no choice because it looks so good out of the hand. Swing and a miss. And that's why he has 7 strikeouts.
Just 3 innings.
So Mark Sweeney down by the Padres dugout. I ask you, how do you counter that curveball?
Mark, you have to make sure that he throws it enough for strikes. And yes, that get me over curveball can happen early in the count, but then he goes to that 2-strike curveball. The Padres have to adjust and try to make him throw that for a strike. It has to be elevated, and they see on the bench too, that's a deep break that definitely gets out of the strike zone.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be such a bad idea to, once you see it, spin on it and see if you can throw it for that strike.
High fly ball behind second. Shortstop Mercer calling for the first down. Now the reverse of this, now if you were over in the Pittsburgh broadcast booth and you'd call these last 2 innings, you'd say, you got 3 runs, but a chance for so much more. That could come back to haunt you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And maybe that will be the case. If Padre pitcher can hold it at 3. Late innings make a comeback.
Dick, I think you're exactly right. You look at that non-play by Everett Cabrera holding that runner and not forcing that play. That could have got ugly for the Padres.
Now, how about the slumbering bats here early? Here's the play. That ball deep into the hole. Cabrera wisely didn't throw that. And that there was no advance. There's another hit batsman. This is that's 2 aside now. 2 for Morton and 2 for Torres. That was a curveball, no intent there.
Yeah, it looked like one got away from him right there.
That's his 12th of the season. Well, that gives the Padres a base runner. 1 swing and they're right back in it.
And with the pitcher spot coming up pretty soon, say Buddy Black going down the end of the bench, get some base runners, get a pinch hitter up there.
And Kennedy, where's he going? You use him as a pinch runner?
Made him pinch runner, yeah.
Guys, if you're Jet Jerko on first base, you have to be aware of the balls in the dirt. It has to be one of those thoughts that's on your mind if you're a base runner. Try to advance and try to get in a scoring position.
Venable struck out swinging the first time. With all the strikeouts, 7 for Morton. The pitch count up there, 61. No hits allowed. Struck out 7, walked 2, hit 2.
Yeah, Kennedy might be getting the nails on. Maybe get his helmet. When that spot comes up, we're only in the 4th inning. Rather than burning in a position player, you send a pitcher up there, right? Maybe to put down a bunt if it gets to that point.
Yeah, maybe send out the cry. Anyone on the bench hit a home run? Kennedy raised his hand.
Yeah. And also we saw Tommy Medica on the top step with the helmet. And Shillelagh ready to go.
Grandal on deck. 1 out. Jerko at first, hit by a pitch.
Well, remember before the game, Dick, Bud Black mentioned that Tommy Medica tried to use him in the batter's box, but not on the bases. So if Medica gets on base, it might be Kennedy being the pitch runner.
There you go. That's a very good calculation. 1-2. Venable. Got him again. Second time he struck out. 8 strikeouts for Charlie Morton.
Mark Sweeney, to get back to your point, there's that curveball, but yet if taken, probably a ball, right?
Yeah, it gives the appearance of the curveball looking like a strike. Out of the hands, it's elevated, and then it gets out of the strike zone. Very difficult to judge, but they have to start elevating that breaking ball out of the hands.
So tough to lay off that pitch with 2 strikes.
And center field camera doesn't lie. Everything he's throwing has intensive action. And Grandal fouls off the first pitch. And with 8 strikeouts in the 4th inning, it gets you running into the media guide to see what his best ever is. He's 1 strikeout away from his all-time high, 9. And he's just in the 4th inning with 2 outs.
Yep.
He struck out 9 back in 2010 against the Marlins. There it is. Slow curveball in there. 0-2. Topped up the first base side. Look how far Martin goes to make the play. There's that athleticism that Mark Sweeney was talking about. Martin was closer to first than home plate when he threw him out. It's 3-0. Here's our Nissan game summary, and then Jordy Mercer hitting 8th. Clubs his second home run of the season deep to left field, 1-0. Mercer comes right back and lines a single to right center that drove in yet another. And a third run scoring on a sacrifice fly in the second inning off the bat of Ike Davis. So 3-0 Pittsburgh. And Charlie Morton hitless ball through 4 with 8 strikeouts, 1 under his career high. To the 5th inning. Alex Torres still on the hill. He'll face the middle of the Pittsburgh order, Davis, Martin, and Alvarez. Sacrifice fly for Davis, his 18th RBI of the year. Pumps the 90-mile-an-hour fastball right through the swing of Davis. So tomorrow night it'll be Jesse Hahn making his major league debut for the Padres. Garrett Cole on the mound for Pittsburgh. Then a Wednesday afternoon game, a 3:40 game, will be on the air at 3:30. Ian Kennedy. Boy, he pitched really well last time out against Francisco Liriano. Strike 2. Kennedy, much like Morton, much better than his record. Kennedy 4-6. Just as Morton started tonight 1-7. 1-2 is inside.
Mark Sweeney down by the Padre dugout. Ike Davis made an adjustment with his hands, huh?
Yeah, he made an adjustment with the Mets, and he drops his hands. You can see how he drops them down near his hip and then brings it up. That's that load that he has. But Jeff Branson, the hitting coach for the Pirates, was one of those guys who was very, very rhythmic hitter, and he talked to him about it, lowering his hands a little bit, try to take a little bit more movement out of the swing, and he's shown a lot of success since he's been in the Pirates uniform.
Another full count. Got him. Went to the changeup.
All right, hopefully Alex Torres can have a quick inning here and hold those Pirates at 3.
His second strikeout.
As Darren Balsey's on the phone, it looks like Alex Torres has made an adjustment here in this inning, working down rather than consistently up in that strike zone.
Davis chastising himself after going after the ball that bounced on home plate. Russell Martin, a fly to center and a walk. If you're just joining us, Tim Stauffer opened the game for the Padres, went 2 2/3, gave up a couple of runs, 4 hits, 2 walks, and struck out 4. Alex Torres came in to strike out Alvarez with the bases loaded in the third to hold them at 2-0 at the time. Then a couple of hit batsmen and a single and an infield hit, bases loaded again, and was able to work out of the last inning on a double play ball. McCutcheon. That's in there.
Dick and Mark Sweeney, you know, I've noticed this inning for Torres, it doesn't look like he's being so violent through the throwing zone and finishing off. He is more free and easy and nice and smooth this inning.
Smooth is a good word. Misses inside there.
Because last inning when he came in, or 2 innings ago, it looks like he was really jumping towards home plate. Now he seems to be a little more. See, when he would get earlier on, when he would get right about there, he'd start to leap and lunge towards home plate. He's nice and smooth right there. And we've seen some results.
And we see another full count. Goodness, 11 of them in 4 1/3 innings. 41 pitches for Torres. Healthy work out of the pen. And strike 3. Couldn't check his swing on a changeup. A couple of strikeouts for Torres to open the 5th.
Well, he was free and easy on that delivery as well. Let the arm do the work. Not lunging with that chest, getting out in front, pulling it. You see that rotation, almost like a screwball. And it freezes Martin.
Shift on. As you look at strike 3, a couple of punch outs for Torres. He gets Davis and now Martin. Headley moves over to the second base side. Cabrera stays as the lone infielder on the third base side. Ground ball, and he beats the shift between Headley and Jerko. Alvarez has his second base hit. Both times driving it through the right side. That picket fence of 3 infielders unable to stop his hard hit ground ball.
We saw 3 infielders on the right side, and Mark Sweeney, to me, I think Alvarez goes after that first pitch fastball to avoid that changeup.
Yeah, and that's what he was looking for, and credit him for swinging and not worrying about trying to beat the shift the other way, going to his strength.
So a pitching change going to be made, and a double switch by Bud Black. Will come back with the new hurler and the new defensive replacement. The pitcher is Kevin Quackenbush.
Circle change is kind of where it started. The AOK sign, put it right on the horseshoe, and kind of out on the back part or side part of my hand. And I got some decent action. I got some decent run with it, but it never felt very comfortable in my hand because I was so used to throwing everything with these 3 fingers on this side of my hand, whether it's a fastball, whether it's a curveball. Donnie Elliott comes over in the Fred McGriff trade with the Braves. He goes, "Hey, Hoff, why don't you think about pinching a seam right here, and let's throw this part of the baseball at the catcher."
Now that seems really complicated, or is it? Was he unique in the way he gripped the ball?
Yeah, you know what? The way that Trevor held that changeup, was kind of unique because, as he mentioned, he threw the traditional circle change. And then I always remember Trevor telling me that, pinching the R and doing that. But the one thing that sticks out to me is that, and it's so important and it's easy to remember, is when you make that grip, maybe it's the finger and the thumb, throw that, point it to the catcher when you throw it. That'll create some dip when the ball comes out, and it also forces you to stay on top of the baseball if you concentrate on that index finger and thumb connected towards the catcher. It's a great lesson to be learned if you want to learn the changeup. And it's a great pitch.
Great pitch. Even if you know it's coming, it's tough to hit.
Oh, and it was fun to watch. It was so fun to watch. And credit Trevor Hoffman, because, when he came up to the big leagues as a pitcher, he threw like 95, 96. And as time went on, he lost that velocity. He had to reinvent himself. He painted and stayed consistent through his whole career.
Marte fouls that off. It's 1-2. Teammate Alvarez at first base with a 2-out single. There's Quackenbush's numbers after 9 games.
Well, Kevin, he was out there for an inning against the White Sox yesterday, through 1 inning, 1 strikeout, and zeros all the way across.
Amarista enters the game in center field on the double switch, replacing Venable, but Amarista will hit 9th. He'll lead off the next inning.
Mark and Dick, you talk about Trevor Hoffman and the changeup that he had, and I saw it from both sides. I loved being his teammate, but I hated facing that changeup. And you could see that arm action that he had. He had that changeup grip, but he could throw it so hard. He had that fastball rotation, so you couldn't pick it up very easily from the hitter's perspective.
3-1. Quackenbush falls behind Marte. And there's so much more, as we all know, about Trevor Hoffman to admire. Not only his tremendous record on his way to Cooperstown, but what a teammate he was. What he meant to that clubhouse and to the bullpen. How about it? Be a young relief pitcher and being out there every day with Trevor Hoffman. High fly ball to center. Marte just missed that. Amarista squeezes the final out. We're at the halfway mark. 4.5 in the book. Pirates lead by 3. San Diego is Saturday night. Every fan in attendance this Saturday against Washington. It's this handsome free Padres beach towel presented by Toyota, supported by Rock 105.3 when your Padres play the Nationals at 7:10. Get your tickets today, Padres.com. It's a great item. It was very popular last year, and it's a good size, too, huh? Even hides you.
Yeah,
no,
pay no
kidding.
attention to that man behind the curtain.
Who is that?
What's Padres baseball without coming to the ball yard and getting a beach towel?
Yeah, we got to be sure we snare a couple of those ourselves.
Yeah.
Huh? Alexi Amarista batting in the 9th spot in the double switch last inning.
You know, I kind of wish that they did make these a little bigger because to fit around my waist.
It's a really good. They're sauna size.
Yeah.
3-0 to Amarista. And Alexi takes the automatic. The LA Kings, how about that? On the road. I mean,
got to rub it in,
like
huh?
7-0 and during the playoffs on the road.
Yeah.
Ground ball right. There's the first hit of the game for the Padres as Amarista drives one into right field. Through 4 innings, Morton giving up no hits and striking out 8.
Well, good job by Amarista getting on this two-seamer, and it's an elevated two-seamer as well. Remember, the Padres only trailing by 3 here. A couple of base runners. And now the top of the order. It's going to be the 3rd time around for these Padres. Nice leadoff single by Alexi.
That'll put him right at the 200 mark for the year. Cabrera safe on an error and walked and stole his 12th base tonight.
Guys, impressive swing by Alexi Amarista. Also in the simulated game today against Andrew Kashner, he was 3 for 4. And I think one of the hits was debatable by Darren Balsley. So he's saying 2 for 4. I'm saying 3 for 4. I'm siding with Amarista.
Well, that was good training, not only for Kashner to get into a simulated game, but for Amarista to see big league pitching, really big league.
Yeah, he was sharp. It was fun to see Andrew go out there and throw all of his pitches with good movement and good location. And I think the body language tells you a lot, too. I mean, he came off that mound and he was chipper and he talked to the press. And I mean, look at him now talking with Dave Roberts. He's in a good mood, and that's a good sign.
Yeah, so much to like, too, Mark. And we were watching it together. I think it was great because he sat down. He tried to duplicate what he would be doing during a game. But when he was ready to go out for his next pitches, he ran out. He actually tried to simulate what he would do during the game. He would look very good spirits.
Yeah. We were upstairs in our booth and he threw those first 2 fastballs and it sounded like somebody shot a gun. I mean, that just reverberated around empty Petco. Bang. 1 ball, 1 strike. Cabrera. Line drive, left center field. That's in the gap. Amarista on the runs around second. Ball all the way to the wall. Here comes Alexi at round third, and Amarista will score on a double by Cabrera. It's 3-1. There goes the shutout, and the Padres with no one out get a single from Amarista, and Cabrera with a double slicing away from center fielder McCutcheon.
And as I mentioned, the 3rd time around now for these Padre hitters, so they've seen the two-seamer. That one was not elevated that much, but around knee high. But the key is Cabrera just smoking it that way, exactly where it was pitched.
That'll bring up Seth Smith, who has walked and struck out. Chance to add on here. Chipping at that 3-0 lead, now 3-1.
Infield swung over to the right side. Still 2 on the right side, but Mercer is almost in direct line of the base runner at second base, leading off right there.
Not able to use the full shift.
Yeah.
Ground ball off the mound into center field. Here comes Cabrera, and he'll hit home. It's 3-2. Seth Smith delivers with his 21st RBI of the year. 3 straight hits for the Padres after going hitless the first full 4 innings.
Mark Sweeney, they're jumping all over that two-seamer.
That two-seamer because of success of the breaking ball, and Seth Smith understands, don't get to that breaking ball. If he throws that flat fastball, get after it. And also, guys, put him in the stretch.
There you go.
So Smith aboard. Padres have countered with 2 and still no one out. Carlos Quinton the batter. Strikeout and hit by a pitch.
Oh, he had a hanger right there. Look at Carlos's reaction. This was a hanging breaking ball right down the middle of the plate. It's just a little bit too quick to that baseball and opened up a little bit too soon. Just out in front a little bit too quickly.
Pulled to third. Foul ball, foul ball. Well, comebacks. How about Pittsburgh? Leading the National League with 16 comeback wins. Padres, they're not afraid to rattle the cage late, come from behind. Just not enough of those.
Anything you look for in particular here, Mark? 0-2?
Now you got to look for the fastball and adjust. You know you have a little bit more time with that breaking ball, but keep it in the strike zone.
Oh, good layoff right there.
You know, he's fired a little bit early on those first 2 breaking balls, but he saw that one very well. Now he's bought himself into a position where he possibly could get a fastball here.
Tying run at first, Seth Smith. No one out. 2 runs in here in the bottom of the 5th.
I think he shipped to a curveball here.
Popped him up back of the plate. That'll make it into the crowd.
And it was a curveball. Middle in as well.
Chase Headley has had a couple of chances with men in scoring position tonight. Good block by Morton.
You know, Mark, so many times we talk about 2-strike hitting, and it's very difficult for hitters to sit breaking ball and hit the fastball. There's very few guys that can adjust that quickly.
And you know what? When it comes down to that situation, that's why I think Morton just threw that changeup right there. Had the illusion of a fastball. It was just too much in the dirt, and Carlos Quentin recognized it and spit on it. I think this is also 2-2, a good changeup situation here.
Chop to third. There's one, and no throw to second as Smith able to deny second baseman Walker a good chance to throw to first. Might have had a chance. Safe on the fielder's choice is Carlos Quentin as Smith erased. 1 out to Chase Headley.
Well, I thought Neil Walker had an excellent chance to get Carlos Quentin. I don't know whether he fumbled around in his glove or whatever and just decided, hey, you know what, don't want to throw it away.
He might have misjudged the fact that Quentin isn't the speedster that he might have imagined. Oh, another hit batsman. No, Morton leads 3-2. That's his 3rd tonight, 13th of the season. Certainly not trying to hit Headley and extend the opportunities for the Padres, who now move the tying run into scoring position, and Headley a go-ahead score.
See where this one hits him. Oh, Chase got hit in Chicago on the left knee on the outside. Now batting left-handed, gets hit down below the knee on the shin. Now it's all evened out, so he should be good to go.
Well, how about the reaction from Russell Martin going across his body?
Yeah.
And look where he ends up.
He throws a cross-body block into umpire Buckminster.
Pitching coach Ray Searage out to have a chat with Charlie Morton.
Long inning for the right-hander. Started with a 3-1 pitch that Amarista singled to right. Cabrera then laced a double to left center to drive in Amarista 3-1. Smith followed with a single up the middle to make it 3-2. Quentin then safe on the fielder's choice. Headley hit by a pitch. 1 out. Runners at first and second for Yonder Alonso, who's grounded out and popped to short. Off speed. Ball 1.
Big gap in left center, guys, for Yonder Alonso. That's his perfect opportunity for that fastball away.
Huge hole out there. 2-0.
There's that gap Mark Sweeney's talking about right there.
Just Borrow a page out of the Cabrera swing. A late call strike. Just on the inside edge.
He will challenge you in, and our Southland Technology Fox Tracks says yes. Pitch number 3.
Good call by Buckminster. 2 on, 1 out. Padres with 2 runs in. By the mound. Only 1 play for Walker. 2 away as the runners move up. Tying run to third, Quinton. Headley the go-ahead score at second. And it falls to Jed Jerko, who's lined to short and hit by a pitch. Second pitch of this inning from Charlie Morton.
Well, no action in that Pirate bullpen. First base is open. Tommy Medica on deck.
Ball 1.
And I'm guessing as Dale Thayer heats up in the Padres bullpen, looking at scouting reports, see if Charlie Morton tries to keep the ball consistently away to Jed Jerko.
Pitcher's spot due next. That's why Medica's in the on-deck circle.
Both pitches, sinkers down and away, not even close.
Guys, just an interesting situation here, knowing it's the first game of the series. Also, you don't want to walk the bases loaded, but not a bad situation with a short bench for the Padres for the Pirates situation as well.
Two and one.
That was an elevated two-seamer.
Three balls and a strike to Jerko. Long, laborious inning for Morton. Couple big runners out there in scoring position. And ball four. Perhaps a pitch around. The only one good pitch was that 2-0 delivery. First walk, 3 hit batsmen, but only 1 walk from Morton. And the bullpen busy. Hughes getting ready. Jared Hughes. And Medica introduced the 8th man to bat here in the 5th inning. Bases full, 2 runs in. Big opportunity for the Padres to rally from that 3-0 deficit. Ball 1. Medica with a strained thigh muscle.
If he gets a breaking ball here, guys, it could be one of those get me over breaking balls. Not a bad place to sit on that right here.
One and one, sinking fastball.
Well, Tommy Medica 3 for 8 in the pinch hit category. He does have an RBI. Outfield pretty straight away. Just a little bit to the shortstop side as Andrew McCutcheon out in center field.
Tying run Quinton at third. Go ahead score. Headley at second. Jerko at first. 1-2. Some of the Padre umpires and Bud Black not liking that call.
Southland Technology Fox Track says up and out of the zone.
In the dirt, 2-2.
That
So that's
changes
a
the
big
whole
call.
at-bat.
It'd be 3-1. Yeah, that's
absolutely.
a huge call. 30th pitch of the inning coming up. Ian Kennedy, he's got those running shoes on, huh?
Yeah, he's hoping Tommy Medica gets on first. He can go in a pinch run for Tommy.
Padre over every pillow with 2 outs and the 2-2 pitch. Got it. Well, the Padres, like the Pirates before, leave the bases loaded. After 5, 3-2 Pittsburgh.
Padres. Let's take a look at how Charlie Morton attacked Tommy Medica. A lot of doses of fastballs down in the strike zone. You can see him work on the edge. Then he gets a call, which I thought was one of those out of the strike zone. Then he battles back into that 2-2, and he gets that fastball that just runs across the plate. Very difficult to see out of the hands of Charlie Morton. Big situation.
Yeah, 5 pitches, 4 of them were balls, yet he got the strikeout as 9th to match his career high. 9 strikeouts for Morton. What's he doing there? Gesturing with Martin with his head there. Do you have any idea what that was all
Didn't
about?
catch that. Could be a number of things. As Dale Thayer now enters. Pretty much you know what you're going to get. 93 with a little bit of movement. And right there, 93 on the fastball. Boy, what tremendous movement on the 2-seam fastball from Charlie Morton.
With that long inning, that may be all for Morton. 5 innings. We've got a pinch hitter on deck in his spot. And Mercer again slices one right. Tough play for Venable, and the ball is foul. Just foul. So Mercer already with a home run, a huge home run to left, and an RBI single his last time up. Here they are. First time. I mean, that was a rocket off Tim Stauffer, his 2nd home run of the year. Then he comes back with this RBI single to right center to drive in another run. Accomplishing 2 of the 3 runs for Pittsburgh tonight. Out of the 8th spot in the batting order, and he just missed extra bases there.
Yeah, pulling the fastball. Is fighting off something up in the zone as well.
Smith in right field, chasing after that last ball. And a ground ball by the dive of Jerko, and Mercer is 3 for 3. Now, how do you figure? Comes in hitting 199, and he looks like a 300 hitter tonight. Home run and a couple of singles.
He spun on the fastball earlier in the ball game for the home run. He fought off something off speed up in the zone, as Mark Sweeney mentioned earlier, choking up on the bat, more control of the barrel. And taking it exactly where it was pitched. That ball is hooking, slicing, I should say, slicing off the bat out of the reach of Jed Jerko. Mark Sweeney using the whole field.
Yeah, very comfortable with that bat. Like you said, Mark, using that barrel of the bat and choking up and bat control. When you're not hitting very well, you got to try to make some adjustments.
Snyder batting for the pitcher Morton, so Morton's night is through. He'll be the pitcher of record, 5 innings allowing a couple of runs. Only 3 hits all in the last inning. 1 walk and 3 hit batsmen. And 9 strikeouts to match a career high. 1-1 to Snyder. As a pinch hitter, used more than any Pirate, 6 for 21. A home run and 4 runs batted in. Soft foul off third. No chance for the diving Headley.
You know, it's one thing diving on grass. It's no fun diving on that track. Where it's crushed brick. Grass, that's like sliding on sandpaper.
You get all that stuff in your glove. A for effort.
You know what that feels like? Go into your dad's toolbox.
You have to go in the garage first.
Go in the garage. Getting some 100 grit sandpaper.
Right.
And just rub it up against your forearms real fast. And that's what it feels like.
You know what? I'm never going to go in the garage, and I'm never going to go into my dad's toolbox. Nothing good ever happens. Snyder fouling off good pitches. 1-2 the count. Well, you know what tomorrow night is? Tuesday Taco, $1 tacos here
Love
at
it.
Petco. And the first responders, they'll be here to be honored tomorrow night as well they should be. Center field, and Amarista can't get there. A soft single. And Snyder off the bench to bloop a base hit. And the first 2 men aboard for the Pirates here in the 6th off Dale Thayer. Badly battled, fouled off several pitches, and then hits a dying Quail to center.
Sometimes they hit it on the screws and it's right at one of your fielders. Sometimes it's off the end of the bat or down by the label, and it finds a garden spot out in the outfield. You know, that's what happens when you combine velocity and a little bit of movement out of the hand of Thayer. Gets down to the label, get elevated a little bit, and a little dunker.
That brings up the leadoff man, Josh Harrison. He has 2 infield hits in 3 at-bats. And the former Cincinnati Bearcat takes strike 1.
Good one.
Outstanding in basketball, but their football and baseball programs also have been very successful. Almost stepped into that pitch, Harrison. Nine hits for the Pirates tonight. They lead it 3-2. On it in the air. Rondell. Thank you very much. It becomes a long walk to the dugout.
As a catcher, you got to be on your toes, right? And that could be a break for San Diego, trailing only by a run.
Brings up Neil Walker. Struck out. Infield hit to deep short and hit by a pitch.
Mark Sweeney, did you see something on the pitch prior to that bunt?
Yeah, when you pitch in, especially when you're trying to sacrifice, it makes you uncomfortable, and especially exposing that outside part of the plate.
Line drive, Walker to right field, a base hit. Smith charges, and here comes the throw to the plate, and he's safe. Mercer. Boy, he's been a pain tonight. 3 hits. Scores his 2nd run on a Walker RBI. Neil Walker's 30th RBI of the season.
Dale Thayer likes to pound the strike zone with the two-seam fastball at 93, and this is a first-pitch fastball. It's located on the outer half, but up just a little bit. And it looks like that was the game plan from Neil Walker. Hunt the fastball, get it, drive him in. Yasmani Grandal creates that running lane towards home plate. Remember, you can't block the plate until the ball gets to you. So he allows that lane and then catches the ball, tries to swipe tag, but was not in time.
So Walker's second hit brings up McCutchen, who was flied out, walked, and hit into a big double play with the bases loaded in the fourth. So 4-2 Pittsburgh as they answer the Padres 2 runs in the bottom of the fifth inning with a trio of singles. Mercer, pinch hitter Snyder, and then Walker. Strike.
Sliding towards the foul side of home plate, the slap with the hand and the late tag from Grandal. He had that sliding lane towards home plate.
That rule change has changed an element of baseball. Yep. You don't come into home plate the way you used to. You slide wide and then just reach with your hand to tag the plate. And the catch is almost at a disadvantage now.
Yep.
You're really giving him the open
I
door.
agree.
Hard to slam it when you give such a big door ajar. High fly ball to left. Quinton has room. And the throw comes in, 2 away. Now they get McCutchen again with a man in scoring position. They've done a good job with Andrew McCutchen.
You know, Carlos played that one very nicely. Fly ball, left field. Had a little momentum coming in, and he knew exactly where he was going to throw that ball with the runners at first and second. So what does he do? He hits Everett Cabrera right in the chest with a perfect strike. Getting that ball in. Watch, he catches it, charging in. Nice crow hop. Look at where this ball ends up. Right at the left shoulder of the shortstop Cabrera.
So with 2 outs, cleanup man Ike Davis. Flied out, sacrifice fly, and a strikeout. So officially 0 for 2 with an RBI tonight. Snyder at second and Walker at first.
You know, Dick, speaking of fundamentals, there's nothing more that really upsets me is when an outfielder does not play a fly ball correctly like that. And it's not that hard to do. Carlos did a nice job getting under that one. A little momentum, crow hop, strike. And you know what? If it doesn't, if it's at the shortstop's head and it wants to, he'll let it go through. Hit him in the head.
You're saying the shortstop who's lining up the
exactly
throw.
Right.
That's why he's there. Thayer falls behind 2-0 to Ike Davis. Pours in the fastball, a little under the 93 now. Jordy Mercer with 3 hits, a couple of RBIs, a home run. He has 3 hits. The Padres have 3 hits. Out in front of a breaking ball.
Yeah, good slider from Thayer. Good depth.
You know, his fastball is so good that he hasn't been throwing a lot of sliders. And some of the hitters, I think, are sitting on that fastball. Keep him honest. 2-2. Changeup. Another 3-2 count. So Snyder from second and Walker from first off with a pitch. And the bases are loaded again. First walk from Thayer. Snyder moves over to third, Walker to second, and Davis joins them at first, and Russell Martin the batter. Again, it's been a perilous journey for Padre pitching tonight. So far they've been able to come up with the right stuff with the bases loaded. They're down 4-2, but it could be so much worse because they've gotten that big out with the bases loaded. Here we are again, 2 outs. Martin is 0 for 2 with a walk. Ball 1. Starts him with a slider.
Third time that the Pirates have had the bases loaded tonight.
Third inning, actually, they've had the bases loaded 4 times.
Right.
3 different innings, the bases full. th year in pro ball for that man, Clint Hurdle. Outside. Here comes the action pitch with the bases loaded, 2-1.
He had the right idea there, huh? Looked like he was trying to shoot it towards the right center field gap.
Pirates have left 7 stranded. They would like to make that 10. Come up with a big pitch here. 2-2 to Martin. Nice cut. And a 28 pitch inning for Dale Thayer. Alvarez with his home run bat on deck. He's 2 for 3, both singles. You could title this game as the 3-2 pitch.
Yep.
Goodness.
A lot of deep counts.
The inordinate number of 3-2 pitches. 13 times in less than 6 innings.
One of those games.
Yep. Wow. So far, they've been able to come up with the right stuff at 3-2. And they do again. Thayer strikes out Martin looking. And the Bucks strand 3 more. They came back and caught the corner. Yes, indeed. As promised, we have the AT fan photo of the game for you. Tweet your photo to hashtag #SDFanPhoto. Chance to be shown on an upcoming telecast brought to you by AT&T. Maureen, thank you for joining us. Like Marine is posing in front of the Great Green Monster in Boston. New pitcher for Pittsburgh Pirates is Jared Hughes. Grew up in San Marino, Pasadena area. Attended Santa Clara for a year and then Long Beach State, where he was a teammate of Evan Longoria and Troy Tulowitzki. Padres bring up Grandal, Amarista, and the leadoff man Cabrera. 3 left-handed batters. Open the bottom half of the 6th inning.
Well, it looks like Hughes has a nice two-seam fastball as well. He's a 3-pitch pitcher. Fastball, slider, change. As Nick Vincent starts to get hot in the Padre pen.
That's the problem with a starter. Stauffer unable to get through 3. Means the bullpen is going to be taxed, and until the arms are all healthy, and good news, Andrew Kastner appears to have taken a big step forward today with a simulated game and might be one of the pitchers on the weekend against Washington.
Good, remember Jesse Hahn scheduled to pitch tomorrow. He's pretty much going to be on a pitch count, see how far he can go.
Grandal chases upstairs, and he's gone. Another Padre has struck out, the first by Hughes. Well, tonight's broadcast is on AFM, the American Forces Network, broadcasting our forces serving 175 countries aboard ships at sea. They're watching around the world: Japan, Korea, Southwest Asia, Italy, Germany, Iraq. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of the armed forces. We're so pleased that you've joined us here from Petco Park. A little cut of Americana tonight.
Yeah.
Baseball from San Diego.
Thank you for your service.
Lexi Amarista off the bench as a pinch hitter singled and scored in the 5th inning. One and one. Interesting. Here we are. The Padres playing their 58th game of the year. They're 26 and 31. Last year at this time they were 26 and 31. But right back to the mound off a broken bat and an easy 1-3 put out for the 2nd out. Last year with the same record, Arizona was in first place at this time, and the Padres were only 6 back. But the Giants are just chewing up all the competition. They're now 11 games up on the Padres, and they've got what, a 7.5 game lead over the Dodgers.
Yeah, going into tonight, you're absolutely right. 8-2 for the Giants, the last 10 games going into tonight. A nice home record, also 19-9, playing above 500 on the road.
Cabrera with a 2-hopper out to Walker, and it's an easy 1-2-3 inning for the relief pitcher Jared Hughes. Time now for the Bill Howe plays of the game. Bases loaded. Andrew McCutchen hits it to third, a 5-3 double play. Bailed the Padres out of the fourth inning. And then in the last inning, bases loaded again. Pirates, they are working on Martin 3-2 and strikes him out and leaves 3 stranded. Nevertheless, Padres need 2 to tie as we go to the top of the 7th. Nick Vincent, the relief pitcher for the Padres, the 5th man used by Bud Black.
Well, always a good feeling when Nick grabs the rock and he goes out there, and why not? Because look at those numbers: the 2.96 ERA, the innings pitched, very few walks, only 4, and opponents hitting 169. And Dick, you know, when you look at this line score tonight, if you take away the runs and you just look at the hits and the runners left on base, you're thinking that the Pirates are going to be way in front, right? But hey, the Padres only a couple behind.
4
as
runs,
we go here in the 7th.
4-10-1 the totals for the Pirates. 10 left. San Diego 2 runs on only 3 hits, but they have stranded 8 themselves. Here's Alvarez, then Marte and Mercer in the 7th. Alvarez with a couple of hits and Mercer with 3. Now you may be wondering about the 5-hit batsmen tonight. Morton hit 3. Torres 2 for the Padres. That ties a Padre record. 5-hit batsmen in a game. You have to go all the way back to 1973 against the Reds to have that many plunked. We may not be through yet. Alvarez with a shift on, but he's beaten it twice with sharp ground balls through that right side. Mercer down the bottom of the hitting list has been the star for Pittsburgh. A home run and a couple of singles, and our 2 RBIs, 2 runs scored. Swing and a miss at a changeup. 1-2.
And I also look at that box score, and I look at Andrew McCutchen, 0 for 3 with a walk, but the top of the order doing the damage there with 2 hits each. Harrison and Walker.
That'll be out of play. Two balls, 2 strikes. It seems every hitter is at 2-2 or 3-2. Again, the 2-2 pitch away, and you knew we could have another 3-2 with every hitter. It's almost step up there, 3-2 the count. Fourteen times Padre pitchers have taken the opposing hitter to 3-2. Fouled in and out of Grandal's glove. As we've said so many times, you come to the ball yard, you never know. You're going to see something different. 5-hit batsmen, and just about every Pirate hitter going 3-2 on the count. I can't remember a game like this.
I can't either.
Just missed ball 4. So Alvarez on to open the 7th.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and description of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
That'll bring up Starling Marte. The Pirate left fielder is struck out, hit by a pitch, scored a run back in the 4th, and fly to center.
Now there's a Pirate fan. wearing the pirate fedora and the pirate golf shirt.
That was a pretty good pitch.
I thought he went on. I thought he offered at it.
Waved off by Alan Porter at first. 18,876 here at Petco tonight. And we hope to see you out here tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, 6:30 here on Fox Sports San Diego. See the Major League debut of Jesse Hahn, the 24-year-old right-hander. Off home plate foul on a collegian at Virginia Tech. He suffered the Tommy John surgery 3 years ago, pitching his way back. And pitch count, he told us at the press conference today, either 5 innings or X amount of pitches. And so, again, with the bullpen used freely tonight, you know he's not going to go more than 5 tomorrow night. So, a tax pen. Hopefully, Hahn will give them that 5. 2-1 the count. Alvarez at first with a leadoff walk. 2-2. Is there a pattern here?
Yeah. Hey, some nights you have that 2-hour and 8-minute game like in Chicago and Chris Sale pitch. Sometimes you have a lot of deep counts, 2-2 counts and 3-2 counts.
A mountain of 2-2, 3-2 counts. Had to be 3-2 again, huh? Had to. Unbelievable. Yeah, the light bulb is going to be burned out here at 3-2. Now Alvarez is a big man, but he will run occasionally, so watch here. 3-2. Although Marte strikes out a lot, that may factor in. He goes, and a fly ball to right. Smith waiting for it, camped out there and right for the first down. Well, America's new sports network is the place to turn before every game, every goal, every slam. America's pregame only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Tune in America's pregame weekdays 3 o'clock Pacific only on Fox Sports 1, and to find Fox Sports 1 on your cable satellite provider, go to foxsports1.com. Jordy Mercer, the star of the game thus far, takes a strike at the knees. Homered in the 3rd. RBI single in the 4th. Single to right in the 6th and scored. Big night for a man that opened the evening at a 199 clip for the season. Raised his average up 16 points. Went around. 2 strikes to count.
You know, Dick, is it me or does it, he chokes up on the bat, Jordy Mercer does. He's 6'3", but to me, the bat looks so out of proportion. He must use a really short bat. When you look at him from center field, the bat looks really small to the 6'3" frame.
The Hunter Pence of the Pirates.
Yeah.
And another hit. Sounded like a broken bat. He's 4 for 4.
Wow.
That's going to bring up a pinch hitter, Jose Tabata. Is going to bat for the pitcher.
Choking up, going the opposite way, hitting it where it was pitched. He's done that a couple times tonight. Home run, pulled it big time. Second time up, just on the second base side of second base. And the last 2 times up, service to right field for 2 big league knocks.
Tabata with 2 on and 1 out here in the 7th. Pirates trying to add to that 4-2 lead. Tabata batting .275 on the season. No home runs for the outfielder.
Dick, look at that gap out there in left center field. Alexi Amarista way over towards right center field.
Needless to say, Mercer has never had more than 4 hits in a game. He ties a career high. So the Oklahoma State Cowboy high in the saddle tonight. Two and one. And 21 pitches already for Vincent here in the 7th. The total pitches for Padre pitching tonight is going to be enormous. Get out your abacus. Let's see how many. And what do you know? 2-2 the count. Now, what are the odds now? It goes 3-2 again. 50-50.
I think the chances are that it's going to go 3-2 probably. It's kind of a trend.
Kind of. It's an avalanche.
Hashtag full count on Twitter tonight. I think he's going to punch him out here.
That would have been ball 3. Protecting the outside pitch. You remember how many pitches Chris Sale threw yesterday for the White Sox in that 4-1 win?
You know, I don't. We could find that out, though.
I'm sure there's that statistic floating around in cyberspace. 2-2 on another foul ball.
You know, if I were to guess, I was going to guess fewer than 100, but it was right at the century mark. 100 pitch effort for Chris Sale.
It was 28 batters, but 100 pitches.
Right, and he threw 72 strikes. And according to my math, that's 72% strikes from Chris Sale.
You just quick, sharp, you're back home, all over your mathematics. 2-2 again to top it up. He spoils another.
Hey, look who's there, Dick.
Edinson Volquez will win yesterday against the Dodgers, against Zach Greinke.
Edinson signed this offseason in December as a free agent to the Buccos.
He's 3-4 with Pittsburgh this year. Great stuff. Just so frustrating that he didn't do more with it while a Padre. Without even thinking, my lips are about to say 2-2 again. Line drive off the glove of Jerko. The runners had to hold, and now they scamper up 90 feet, and the bases are loaded. Solid single by Tabata. That moves Alvarez over to third, Mercer to second. Both pinch hitters, Snyder and Tabata, off the Pittsburgh bench with base hits.
Well, Tabata really batted a lot of foul balls, but he takes this cutter from Nick Vincent and just takes it exactly where it was pitched, up the center of the diamond, just out of the reach of Jed. A great effort.
And you saw Alvarez at second. He was heading back to the back at second because he had to play it safe. So only a 90-foot advance by the runner. So the bases are loaded again with Buccos.
It was an 8-pitch at bat to Jose Tabata.
One out, leadoff man Harrison, a couple of infield hits.
Don Roach getting up again.
Need that double play ball here. .28 pitch inning now for Nick Vincent. He usually gets the job done much quicker. been a malady for Padre pitchers tonight. Two and one. Trying to work that outside corner. Had my eyes closed. What's the count?
2-2.
Oh, yeah, there you go. This next pitch will be the 180th pitch for San Diego tonight. They're going to hit 200 tonight. Line drive, base hit, left field. Falls over the head of Cabrera. Everyone moves up 90, and it's 5-2 Pittsburgh. That leadoff walk comes around to score Alvarez. He was out there a long time, wasn't he? Harrison with his 12th RBI. A 3-hit night for him.
Well, when you see a lot of deep counts, hitters probably going to see a lot of fastballs. They get used to that, and on this particular one, Harrison gets on top of it. Alvarez scores, and the Pirates adding on. Well, the top of the lineup tonight, really productive.
Walker's had a couple of hits, and he steps in, plus a hit batsman. He's been on base 3 times. And the base is still full with 1 out. Over but low.
Well, the Pirates are this year 3rd most in grounding into double plays, so hopefully Nick Vincent can get a double play here.
And the pitch count mounts for Nick Vincent as he goes 2-0 with the bases loaded. Been a game where it just seems like that fuse is lit and it's going right down toward the explosive, and just at the very end someone comes in and snips it off.
Kind of like
How many times though? Yeah,
kind of like Mission Impossible. Peter Graves comes in at the scissors just in time, right?
And it just how long can that continue? Padres continue to flirt with the big explosion, the big hit.
Well, let's revisit our keys to the game, brought to you by the Honda dealers of San Diego County. And remember,
you did say a lot of 3-2 counts. I remember that.
I did say that. That was one of the keys. But keep Harrison and Walker off base. Well, not the case. Combined, Harrison and Walker 5 for 8, 2 runs batted in and a run scored, and hunt the fastball. A lot of fastballs from Charlie Morton. Challenged lefties in, challenged righties in. He had the curveball snappy working tonight, and an effective changeup as well.
We didn't have room for their third one was you're going to see a lot of 2-2 and 3-2 counts. You're all over it again tonight. Amazing. 2-1 to Walker. There it is, a looping single over the leaping Alonso. That's going to get 2 more home on a double by Walker. And now the Pirates have indeed seen the fuse go all the way down, and the explosion has made it a 7-2 game. Not hit hard, but just high enough to clear Alonso, as Walker knocks in 3 tonight with a 3-for-4 effort.
I mention it all the time that when a pitcher elevates a ball, watch this on contact, that's just below the belt buckle, and that's elevated. You have to be spot on and try to get that down and in. You know, Nick Vincent's made a lot of great pitches this year. Relievers are going to go through spurts like this once in a while. Hopefully you minimize those. It's been one of those nights. A lot of foul balls, a lot of deep counts.
7-2 pitcher change for the Padres. We'll be right back. Well, the Padres fans may offer that gesture the way things have gone. You look at the scoreboard, runs and hits for Pittsburgh, you'd think the Steelers were in town. 7 runs and 14 hits. Football numbers up there as the men from the Steel City lead 7-2, and we have a moment here for our fan Diego, fan of the game.
Now that's a stash. That's old school. He's working the horn-rimmed glasses.
A little more Dali. A little more. Another month.
Very nice.
Hey, Sal, come back. Trying to figure out what you're painting. Second and third. Amarista comes in to play shortstop. Denorfia is out in center field on the switches made, and Don Roach, the pitcher, a one-hopper to Headley. He goes to the plate, and there's the tag and the out, and they hold the runners. They didn't get him after all. Now they tag him again. Man, he's a whirling dervish, that Harrison. But they finally get him out for the second out here in the 7th inning. 5-2-1.
That's the sinker from Don Roach, and Headley immediately throws to the lead base. Now the pickle. My goodness, what a quick move to the feet. Why not try it again? Whoop. Nope. Got him on the arm.
But the judge on Dancing with the Stars gave him a thumbs up on the move.
You can see that. That was a good call. He missed him on the first try.
Yeah, we're talking about the Steelers. That's kind of the way you elude the tackle. Trying to get the out, 2 away. First and second. Ike Davis. Davis, without a hit tonight, does have a sacrifice fly. So Walker at second. And McCutcheon at first. 3 runs in here in the 7th for a 7-2 Pittsburgh lead, and Roach trying to get out of a 2-out, 2-on jam. $14 hits, and it's interesting. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters have not contributed for Pittsburgh. It's been at the top and the bottom of the order. 3 for Harrison, 3 hits for Walker, 4 for Mercer down at the bottom end. Alvarez with a couple, and 2 pinch hitters in the 9th spot with hits. 3-0. Since there have been so many pitches thrown tonight by San Diego's hurlers, going back and digging deep. Last year, only 7 games all year did the Padre pitchers go over the 200 mark. Wow. Only 7 times out of 162. 3-1.
Well, you know, it's such a long season, and Dick, you've seen a heck of a lot more baseball than I have. But there's no matter how good or bad a team is, you're going to have nights like this. I guarantee you. You know, the Tigers are going to have nights when they're relievers, or they throw a lot of pitches, rather.
You know what that is?
That's baseball.
You got it. 3-1. Throw a strike here. We got to get 3-2 again. Oh, look good enough. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded again. That'll bring up the 9th man in the inning for Pittsburgh, and bases jam for Russell Martin. He was up with the bases loaded last time, took a 3rd strike on a 3-2 pitch. Martin has flied out, struck out twice, and walked. Ball 1.
Boy, tremendous movement from Don Roach. That's got to hurt the thumb of Yasmani Grandon when that ball comes down and in. Try to catch that one cleanly in the pocket of your glove.
Catching a small shot put.
Yeah.
Ripped at 3rd, but Headley there to glove and get the force at 2nd. Finally, they bat around to the Pirates, and they leave the bases loaded for the 3rd time. Southwest Airlines. Find Southwest Airlines fares online only at southwest.com. By Petco, the power of together. And by your San Diego Lexus dealer. Home half of the 7th inning, and the Padres down by 5. And the new pitcher is Justin Wilson for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Wilson following Morton and Jared Hughes. Morton, the pitcher of record after 5 innings.
Well, nice numbers right there for the left-hander. 2 left-handers for Clint Hurdle in the bullpen. Tony Watson, and now entered Justin Wilson. 21 2/3. And when you look at the arsenal from the left-hander, fastball, cutter, and a curveball. Power arm from left side, 92 to 98.
Remember, we were oohing and ahhing at him when we saw him on the mound last year in Pittsburgh. Throws hard. Seth Smith, then Carlos Quinton and Chase Headley. Here in the 7th. Two and 0. And we're talking about the total number of pitchers in San Diego right at the 200 mark. It's interesting, the lowest number of pitches last year thrown in a game by San Diego was against Pittsburgh, and that was that Andrew Kastner game, remember, the one hitter.
Right. Yep.
Only 97 pitches total in that game.
That was the near perfect game, right, for Kastner?
Right. Yeah. So we're talking about not only the starter, but all the relief pitchers, adding up all the pitches.
Yep.
And he went to 9. And that's outside a 4-pitch walk to Seth Smith. As we look back in Pittsburgh, nearly perfect.
Oh, he had it working that night. The breaking ball, the slider, went ahead and count, burying it off the plate, expanding that strike zone.
That was the only hit, and it just did elude Tommy Medica at first base.
And what a great feeling that is, shaking hands and hugging your catcher after the complete game.
Trying to remember, after the base hit, was there a double play? I know he faced 28, maybe only 27. It was right at almost perfect.
I want to say that, Dick. I think you might be right.
Quinton up, trying to chip away, and now at a 5-run lead for Pittsburgh. There's the strike, 0-2. He did indeed face only 27 batters.
So it was a double play, right? Good call.
Yeah. And that's as close to perfect as you can get. And you saw the base hit. It just did elude Medica, who's a right-handed thrower. If Alonso might have been able to, with a right hand on the glove, might have been able to get that ball. When you go back and think about the what ifs. One ball, 2 strikes. Fouled out of play. After Padres Live, the post-game show, I hope you'll stay with us. We had a fascinating time to sit down with Trevor Hoffman. That was one of those coffee chats I wished would never end, because there's so much there that Hoffman had to share. Out of play.
You know, with Trevor Hoffman, it shouldn't be called cup of coffee. It should be 7-course meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I'm for that. Maybe that's it.
You could
next year. I'll do the coffee. You do the lunch and dinner shows.
I mean, Trevor's just. I mean, he's a guy's guy. Obviously, a great player, and just has so much to offer in every way, shape, or form. And talk about life off the field as well.
Very much a family guy. Such an interesting family that raised him. And let's not forget about the man over there at third base.
Yeah.
Brother Glenn. A big, big influence on Trevor.
Good man right there. Love Glenn Hoffman.
He was the #1 draft pick, wasn't he?
Yep. Red Sox. You know, Glenn keeps in his back pocket as he makes a play down there at third base. He's got this little black book where he keeps all his notes, outfielders' notes, where guys are playing, charts. And he did it when he was field coordinator back with the Dodgers. He said he bought it in 1991, and he keeps it in his back pocket during the game. And he writes down all his notes at the end of the day. Just go over and refresh his memory.
Quentin pulls that one into the souvenir section. And the count remains 1-2.
Yeah, there's a Trevor jersey.
Leadoff walk for Smith here in the 7th. And another foul off the bat of Quentin. Another 1-2. The 8th pitch of this at bat coming up. Pittsburgh pitchers can go 2-2 as well.
I thought we were going to sneak that one by you, Professor.
Listen, I'm going to go to bed tonight. Not counting sheep. 2-2, 3-2, 2-2, 2-2, 3-2, 3-2.
You talking to yourself again like that?
Wait, no, no, the count.
Yeah, I got you. There it is.
Feels a little better when it's on the home side.
He's probably going to challenge him with a fastball right here.
All 4, so back-to-back walks to open the 7th. Little help from Wilson. Good at bat for Carlos Quentin. That'll bring up Chase Headley. Headley tonight has struck out twice and hit by a pitch. And there goes Ray Searage, the pitching coach. Got to throw strikes. You got a 7-2 lead.
In a situation like this, you're hoping for maybe an extra base hit, or maybe the long run as Gomez starts to heat up. Jean-Marc Gomez, the right-hander.
So 2 on, no one out on walks. Headley and the Padres presented with a couple of gifts here. Hit well into the right field corner. A long run for Harrison, and he has just enough room at the Petco porch. Both runners tag, and Quentin just does make it in under the tag of Walker. That was close. So Smith to third, Quentin to second. And Yonder Alonso with a chance to get a couple of RBIs here with the base hit.
Boy, this ball slicing up the right-handed bat of Headley. You look at it, not far from going out to that porch.
Boy, 2-hopper.
Yeah.
That's good hustle for a man with those aching knees. Alonso has grounded out twice and popped up. Not able to get out of the infield tonight. And off his front puppy.
Looks like he was doing the hokey pokey right there after that foul ball.
Harrison was going to run in from right field and see if they could do
he was putting his right foot in and right foot out, and then he was shaking it all about. Do that, you're doing the hokey pokey.
I see you doing the hokey pokey now and then.
You go to a wedding, you have to do the hokey pokey.
The shottish too, you know. Ground ball right side. Walker will get the out as the run scores. Smith from third to make it 7-3. Alonso with his 18th RBI.
Hey, slam range. Padres now within slam range.
Whitten over to third base. And the hitter's Jed Jerko. Jerko only one official at bat. He lined to short. He's also been aboard on a walk and a hit batsman. Curveball misses. Pretty good pitch. Oh, gave him a strike.
Yeah, he did.
It was ball two. Thank you very much, says Justin Wilson.
Well, if you're looking for the homer, Justin Wilson has yet to surrender a long ball in 22+ innings now. As you take a look at the Padres box score, kind of quiet. Hopefully something happens late.
Two and one to Jed. Man at third, 2 outs. And a nice one hopper to the third baseman Alvarez, and the inning comes to an end. Padres gifted a run, a couple of walks, and ground out at 7-3.
Right now, top of the 8th inning, Mark Sweeney, Mike Pomeranz, working on Padres Live, the post-game show, brought to you by Cox Communications. Hey, immediately following the post-game show, a great cup of coffee, Dick Enberg and the legend, Trevor Hoffman.
Yeah, sure, Hall of Famer. What a great teammate and unbelievable ability for a big situation. Hey, when you talk about Trevor Hoffman, this is the guy that's the ultimate teammate and the professional. That was one of the greatest moments that I ever saw in a Padre uniform when they retired his number. Awesome moment.
Great player. As Mark says, great teammate. One of the classiest gentlemen we've ever had the pleasure of being around. So make sure you join us for the cup of coffee. Dick Enberg and Trevor Hoffman coming up immediately following us on Padres Live, the postgame show. Also on the postgame show, you're going to hear from Buddy Black. And, of course, we're going to take you around baseball, show you some highlights. Jose Abreu from the White Sox back from the disabled list with a bang. So you want to tune in for the highlights. We'll see after the final hour.
All right, Mike and Mark will be with you as Pedro Alvarez, who started the go-round in the 7th inning as the Pirates batted around, scored 3 runs, and left 3 men stranded, starts again and lashes that one foul. The nice thing about this world of baseball, when you stay around long enough, I connected in a roundabout way with Trevor Hoffman long before Trevor was somebody we knew would be a major league star. His father was the singing usher at Anaheim Stadium back when I was doing the Angel games 40 years ago.
Yeah.
Sang the national anthem, and one of the most touching moments when they retired Trevor's uniform was going back to his father singing the national anthem on videotape. That was such a poignant, powerful moment.
It really was.
Ground ball weakly into the shift, and that's Headley playing in the second baseman spot. One away. Well, time for the Carl's Jr. star of the game. No mystery there. Wow, what a night by one of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and we'll keep you in suspense before we make the announcement. As Starling Marte, I think I know why we're going to wait here.
Yeah.
Marte up now, and on deck is Jordy Mercer. Marte struck out, hit by a pitch, and scored, and he's flied out twice. Two and 0. Three and 0. Well, we've had, as we mentioned earlier, an avalanche of 3-2 counts. There haven't been all that many walks given up by Padre pitching. 2 by Stauffer, 2 by Torres, 1 each Thayer and Vincent. Only a total of 6. 3 and 1. Just off the plate. A 1-out walk. Now, drum roll, bugle sound. Jordy Mercer, our Carl's Jr. star of the game. Mercy Mercer. 4 for 4. That home run is second of the year. 3 consecutive singles. He scored 3 runs, driven in 2. What a night for Jordy Mercer. Obviously his best game of the season. Carl's Jr. star of the game, and here he is again, a chance to go 5 for 5. He's never done that. And that is the 200th pitch of the night from San Diego hurlers. As we mentioned, all of last season, only 7 times did the Padres staff in a game hit the 200 mark. And we're 1 out in the 8th inning.
You know, I would say, we could find this out, combined number of pitches during a game, would it be like 250 maybe? You figure 100 pitches, 230 to 250 maybe? Starter goes 100. Maybe reliever comes in.
25, 30, probably, 250 might be close to
a little high maybe, you think?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I bet that somebody could get you that number.
Yeah.
Gabby Sanchez, right-handed hitting first baseman, is on deck. Will hit for the pitcher. Mercer with a 2-0 pitch to try to go 5 for 5. Can't hit that one. 3 and 0. Stauffer started, then Torres, Quackenbush, Thayer, Vincent, and now Don Roach. 7-3. Pittsburgh leading. They've led all the way. 3 and 1. Stauffer started well. He retired the side in order in the first inning and retired the first 5 batters that he faced. Allowed a hit to Alvarez in the second. Runner goes. Ball 4. And Roach has walked another.
Hey, Dick, Ralph Kiner, Hall of Famer, great player, wasn't he? You saw Ralph Kiner play.
Yeah. Great player.
The Buccos lost a great one this offseason. Hall of Famer Ralph Kiner passed away February 6, 2014 in Rancho Mirage, California. And all the Pirates honoring the Hall of Famer, great player for the Pirates for so many years, wearing the number 4 on their right sleeve.
You know, back in the 50s, the Pirates had that 1-2 punch in the middle of the lineup. They had Hank Greenberg and Ralph Kiner, 2 right-handed hitters that could tear apart Forbes Field in Pittsburgh. 2 men that I think both in their career had a 50 home run season. So Sanchez up with 2 on, courtesy of a couple of walks from Roach here in the 8th inning. There are his numbers on the year as he platoons with Ike Davis at first base. In the dirt, 1-1. Well, here it is. These days, each team now throws an average of 146 pitches, right around 150. Okay, that's up a bit, 11 pitches from 20 years ago. But the point is, 146 is your average, and the Padres tonight are past the 200 mark and still counting. 1-1, 2-1. Roach has walked 3 men. Ripped to third by Headley down the line into the corner. That'll get Marte home, and here comes Mercer, and he will score. It's 9-3. Well, that 9th spot for the Pirates tonight. 3 pinch hitters. Snyder singled, Tapia singled, and now Sanchez with a 2-run double.
Well, Don Roach throwing the sinker. Well, it's got some good action to it, but Gabby Sanchez gets the head of that bat out in front, just inside the base. Chase Headley dive, can't get it. Hit so sharply. And the Buccos adding on here late.
15th hit. 2 men that walk come around to score. And how about that for Mercer? 4 runs scored tonight. 4 for 4 in a walk. 4 runs scored. And 2 runs driven in, plus the home run to start things.
That's a good pick to stick night right there.
Oh, yeah, let's see. That'd be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 point. Did you have Mercer tonight?
No. Okay. I need a big night like that, though. You know, in a game like this, a lot of people don't realize or recognize the home plate umpire. It's a lot of pitches to call. And to keep that intensity, you know, there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, that's good.
Seth Buckminster is doing a fine job back there. He's seen a lot of pitches tonight.
To the cat, to the rookie umpire who's trying to change the scoreboard. It's 2-1, not 1-2.
Takes a lot of concentration.
Sanchez at second with 1 out here in the 8th. And another miss, 2-2. You know it's not a good thing when your opposing team leadoff man comes up for the 6th time and you're only in the 8th inning. Harrison batting for the 6th time. He has 3 hits. And takes strike 3. Or does he? Yeah, the scoreboard and the count has been a flux the whole time. Now it's 3-1. Now it's 3-2 on the scoreboard. And now it's a ground ball to third. Headley across in time for the 2nd out. Well, around the majors, let's check the news and notes. Jose Abreu, that brilliant rookie, didn't play in the series against the Padres, comes back and hits a 2-run shot as the White Sox lose to the Dodgers up north. Felix Hernandez, King Felix, 7 innings, 8 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, a 10-2 win over the Yanks. Justin Masterson, 7 innings, 10 strikeouts in the Indians' 3-2 win against Boston. Pitching, pitching, pitching.
you know, Jose Abreu, that 1-for-4, the 2-run home run off of left-hander Clayton Kershaw. So he is back.
Neil Walker's had himself a good night after striking out in the first, an infield hit, then hit by a pitch, drove in a run with a single, drove in 2 more last time with a double, raising his average up to 279. And we have just set a San Diego Padre game record. That is the 6th batter hit tonight. 3 aside. 3 by Pittsburgh pitching, 3 by the Padres. Never happened before in the 46 years of baseball in San Diego, a game in which 6 batters were hit. And yet it isn't a beanball war. Most of them down around the legs.
And a lot of them, Dick, I think the majority would be our breaking balls. A lot of curveballs tonight.
So Walker on for the 5th consecutive time. And Andrew McCutchen, Padres playing with fire all night with this man, but able to pitch around him. He's 0 for 4 with a walk. He's been up almost every time with a man in scoring position. He flied out in the first inning to make it a 1-2-3 inning. Then he walked in the 3rd with the bases loaded, grounded into a double play in the 4th. Up with the bases loaded again and flied out in the 6th. And he had men at 2nd and 3rd in the 7th and grounded out. 1st and 2nd and grounded out. That one is a shot to right center. No one's going to catch that. It bounces over the wall, a ground rule double. That'll save a run. That would have scored 2. But Walker will have to go back to 3rd. And on this cool night, you can close your eyes and just listen to the sound, and you know that one was trouble.
Got a 2-seamer up and away. Took it the other way. And take a listen to this.
That is hard hit.
That's like a cue ball hitting a tile floor.
Now there are a handful of Pirate fans here, and they have enjoyed themselves tonight as the Pirates now have hit double figures. 10-3 the score. Onto the bullpen. Buddy Black has been busy tonight. First, a reminder, tomorrow on Fox Sports San Diego, catch all the new episode of SD Live featuring Super Agent Lee Steinberg and a special surprise for Tyson Ross. That's tomorrow right after Padres Live right here on Fox Sports San Diego. SD Live with Mike Pomerantz.
Yeah, he does such a great job on that. You don't want to miss it. Set your DVRs. Well, Troy Patton Trying to stop the bleeding here with 2 outs, lefty on lefty. The short time that he's been here. These are his season numbers. 9 ERA, had a couple of rough ones as an Oriole.
First pitch, Ike Davis fouls it off. Padres have made some defensive changes. Listen to this. Rivera is now playing first. Who's playing third then? Yonder Alonso over at the hot corner, replacing Headley. 8th man to hit in the inning is Davis. 3 runs have scored. Runners at second and third. Off the Walker double. Or rather, the McCutchen double. His first hit tonight, the 16th by the Pirates. And they rolled up a 10. 10-3. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Traded from Baltimore. Nick Hundley going to the Orioles. Patton making his 3rd appearance as a Padre. Padres hoping Patton will give them what Joe Thatcher provided when he was in a San Diego uniform. A left-hander come in, get the left-handed hitter out. And he has done just that. Here is Rene Rivera with a clean sweep of the ball and gets the out himself. But the Bucks with 3 more in the 8th to lead 10-3. Visitors from Pittsburgh, 3 in the 7th, 3 more in the 8th, and a 10-3 lead as Jean-Mar Gomez comes in to work the 8th inning for the Bucks. And we look ahead to tomorrow night. Always great to see the major league debut of a pitcher, and that'll be the case tomorrow as Jesse Hahn, acquired in the trade that sent Logan Forsythe to Tampa Bay, brought Alex Torres here along with Hahn. Promising pitcher out of college. Then he had Tommy John, so his minor league career has been limited, but very impressive in the spring, and here he is tomorrow night. Most he's pitched is 5 innings. Record solid 2-1, 2.20 ERA against Garrett Cole.
Garrett Cole doing a little lip syncing and singing along with Hall & Oates' version of "You've Lost That Loving Feeling."
Well, let's hope he's in a good, loving mood tomorrow and generous as he faces Hahn. He'll be the pitcher tomorrow night. Hope you'll join us. 6:30 for Padres Live, the pregame show. If you're not going to be here at Petco in person. Kristen Orpheus first at bat, facing Gomez. Batting in the 7th spot in the order. That became the pitcher spot with the double switches during the evening.
Well, Gomez is a 3-pitch pitcher, a fastball, changeup, and a slider. 88 to 92 on the fastball. High on the strikeouts, a little high on the walks as well. 6 home runs. So Clint Hurdle is thinking, you know what, go in there and get an inning.
High fly ball lifted to shallow right center. Harrison cruising in under it for the first down.
It's games like this where if you have a pitcher that's struggling, have him go out there and possibly work on some things. Be aggressive. Maybe you'll find that release point. Maybe you'll find that breaking ball. You've got a little bit of room for error.
Yasmani Grandal 0 for 3 tonight, a couple of strikeouts, and a tapper up the first base side that Martin took care of, the catcher. Gabby Sanchez stays in the game at first base. Insert Gomez in the cleanup spot, pitcher in the cleanup spot. Change up and Grandal way out in front. Well, this is going to be by far, from the Padre point of view, the most pitches by a team in the major leagues this year. And it's a unusual record. 6 hit batsmen, 3 aside. That never happened before in a game played by the Padres. And it's one of those games that it can't get over any too soon at this point. You'd like to do a little damage on the way, however.
That's why you can't give away at bats. We talk about that all the time. Pitchers, hitters alike.
And we are setting another mark for the season, the longest game of the season time wise. The game at Colorado earlier went 3 hours and 39 minutes. We're going to go past that. We're on our way to 4 for a 9-inning game. Line drive, shoots it through that left side into left center field. Grandal, no risk and reward here. Don't take a chance. A long single for the Padre catcher. Well struck. Only the 4th hit by the Padres tonight.
And as I mentioned, you cannot give away at bats. That's why you got to keep the concentration level up. 10-3 deficit. He gets a good pitch, and he does put a great swing on that pitch, taking it the opposite way.
1 out single. That was blasted through the left side.
Hopefully that new stance.
So the boop and a blast and a boop and a blast and 2 grand slams. You're right back in this one, you know. You never know. Sounds like Harry Carey, doesn't it? What were the guys talking about in the pregame show? That Carey kept a diary for 1 whole season on where he went out to drink after every game?
I saw that.
High fly ball. That's hit well by Amarista to right field. But on the heavy air of the late night, it goes just to the warning path and collected by Harrison. So Amarista out for the 2nd. Out here in the 8th inning, and that'll bring up Everett Cabrera.
Yeah, where did I see that? I saw that written somewhere today, where he consecutively went out 365 days of the year or something. Was it the whole year?
That's what I understand. You know, he could pound down the libations during the game too. I mean, his sponsor was Budweiser in St. Louis before he went to Chicago.
That's right.
Hey, you got to help out the company. What a character. It's Rivera batting in the leadoff spot, and he's thrown out by Alvarez. 8th inning comes to an end for the Padres. On to the 9th, 10-3 for the visitors from Pittsburgh. This opener of a 3-game series. The Pirates little spanky coming down from LA after taking 3 out of 4 from the Dodgers, and they brought their hitting clothes with them. Speaking of we are family, let's go back in time.
Oh, very nice. The Mad Dog, Bill Madlock, taking Jim Palmer to the right center field gap. We are family. Sister Sledge coming at you. And look at this lineup as Chuck Tanner gives a little peck to his wife there. Willie Stargell, number 8, going out to meet the other buccos. Omar Moreno. One of the Dave Parker was there.
The relief pitcher.
Foley. There was a Foley there too. And
Tim Foley.
And Bill Robinson was number 28 there.
Like good singer too.
Yeah. Smokey?
Yeah, Bill Smokey Robinson.
Yeah.
That was an interesting team. What a cast of characters. And you came to the ballpark just aching to see Stargell tie into one, because he could hit him as far as anyone. Troy Patton got the final out in the 8th inning and now faces Martin, Alvarez, and Marte. Martin without a hit tonight, 0 for 4 with a walk. 1-1. Good stuff there. 1-2. The 16 hits given up by Padre pitching, second most this year. They gave up 17 in Arizona last Wednesday. That was the other game that Tim Stauffer started. And the count remains 1-2 as we're working close to 250 pitches tonight by San Diego. Come on, give me the ball. Come on, Mr. Security. You're not young enough. He's looking for a younger fan, but at this hour, there are not many left. 18,876. Look at the security guard. He knows what he's doing, huh?
On the bounce, two-handed grab, you betcha.
He's looking for a young fan. Pretty cool out there, huh? Several O's in his school.
Yeah.
1-2 again to Martin. He chases, but the ball gets away, and he'll be safe at first base. Grandal's throw is off the glove of Rivera, who's playing first base now. So strikeout, wild pitch puts Martin aboard. Brings up Pedro Alvarez, 2 for 4 with a walk tonight. We're going to call it a pass ball, not a wild pitch.
Nice breaking ball right there by the General. I remember I had Troy on in an interview. I think it was in Arizona. He actually said that General Patton is a relative of his.
Oh, yeah.
From the Ohio River Valley area. Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, they ought to get that music that opened the movie Patton and play it when he comes in.
That'd be good walk-in music there, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Two-strike count. Got him with a breaking ball. So Alvarez, nope, got a piece of it. Just a little piece in and out of the glove of Grandal.
Take a look at the delivery of Troy Patton, and you see the release point. Watch how he kind of low 3/4 a little bit, just off the bill of the cap there. And throw that frisbee lefty on lefty. That's what should make him tough against left-handed hitters.
And then broke around the inside corner, 1-2.
Every time he punches out a hitter on the big screen, they should have George C. Scott like slapping some guy in the face with a pair of gloves, like Patton did in the movie.
Chop to Rivera at first for the putout. Martin moves to second, 1 away.
Nothing but a bunch of cowards.
There were some great pep talks in that motion picture, weren't there? Starling Marte. He struck out, hit by a pitch and scored, flied out twice, and walked and scored. So 0 for 3 officially, but a couple of runs scored. Martin out at second. 1 out here in the top of the 9th inning.
Well, Dick, we have confirmation. Harry Carey went out boozing it up 288 straight days in 1972. How you doing? Oh, man. Oh, I'd like to be his sidekick back in the day.
They bronzed his liver and sent it to Cooperstown. But what a way to finally say goodbye to this world. Carey, as I understand it, was in Palm Desert, Palm Springs maybe, but in the desert. Walked into a restaurant. It was in the off baseball season. Walked into the restaurant. People at the restaurant recognized him, gave him a standing ovation, went to his seat, got his favorite cocktail, took a sip, and his head hit the table. To a standing ovation. See you later. Wow. What a way to go. 0-2 now to Marte.
This is part of the night also where you can get a good seat at the game, right?
Just move around.
Yeah, just move right on down by the dugouts, get a good feel for the game.
About to tickle 4 hours, aren't we? What's the count?
If I were a guessing man, I'd bet 2-2.
And you just got back, Well, this would be a statistician's field day.
Yeah.
The numbers being posted by Padre pitchers. Marte still alive. Well, let's just hope the Pirates have used up all their hits and runs. And tomorrow, young Jesse Hahn, age 24, will come out and make his major league debut. An auspicious one. Tough pitching opponent. Garrett Cole, 5-3, a 3.80 ERA. Well, how do you do? 3-2 the count. Edinson Volquez having some fun. Always had a smile on his face, win or lose. We got a chance to leaf through the calendar. Here's June. Pittsburgh here for 3. That's an afternoon game, 3:40 start on Wednesday. Washington Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday, Military Day. Don't forget blanket night, baseball night in San Diego, Saturday the 7th. Then on the road, a pretty vigorous road trip to Philadelphia, the Mets, and Seattle. Line drive foul.
Pretty good chance you're going to get a souvenir if you're still at the game down the lines here.
Looking forward to the trip for a couple of reasons. We're going to some great baseball cities, Philadelphia, New York, Seattle, but I'm going to be a grandfather for the first time.
Congratulations.
First time, our little Emily, living in London, she's going to come to New York while the Padres are in New York to play the Mets. And we'll be able to see our daughter.
Great.
She's going to produce a son. Finally. Ground ball off the fist right at third baseman Alonso across to first baseman Rivera. There's a 5-3 put out for the books. Alonso to Rivera.
Hey, a little bit of the Gold Glove feeling down there at third base because Yonder Alonso is using the glove of Chase Headley. Nice little crow hop across the diamond. He makes it look easy.
Chase Headley, sharing the leather.
Hey, there's a lot of guys who are particular about that. You know, they don't like their glove being used by other players. This goes to show you what type of team player Chase Headley is.
So 2 outs here in the top of the 9th inning. Well, this is a record for a Padre home game length of time, a 9-inning game. It's gone to 3 hours 53 minutes, and we're not done yet. The longest before was 3 hours and 51 minutes against the Giants back in '95. So lots of footnotes to this game. And this man, 4 for 4 with a walk, 4 runs scored, 2 knocked in, and a chance for a 5 for 5 game. And he lines that one foul into the SS souvenir section. 6 at bats for the number 8 hitter in the lineup.
Yeah.
2 outs. Martin out at second base. Left field, down the line, hooking away from Quinton, and foul. Not by much. None of the Padre pitchers prior to Patton unscathed except for Quackenbush, who had to face one man, got him out. Stauffer gave up a couple of runs. Torres a run. Thayer a run. 3 Vincent, 3 Roach. Patton trying to stay clean here. Get the final out in the 9th. And he does. Strikes out Mercer. Bottom of the 9th coming up. A 7-run deficit. Petco Park fans still enjoying life. Always a good time at the ball yard. 10-3 Pittsburgh. As we go to the last of the 9th inning, Seth Smith, Carlos Quinton, and Chase Headley to hit for the Padres.
You know, a lot of the schools are out right about now. Some schools still have a week or so left. So on this Monday night, why not stick around till the last out?
Shinmar Gomez, his second inning of pitching, will face Smith, who has walked twice tonight, singled in a run. and struck out. 1 for 2. Smith, the Padres' leading hitter, started tonight at 309, currently at 312. Shift is on, and he takes a strike. They're stacked up on the right side with Alvarez, the third baseman, way over near second. The lone guard on the left side of the infield. Now there's an optimistic fan. Got the rally cap going.
Sweet stash as well. And be sure after this one, stay tuned for Padres Live, the postgame show, and
what?
Cup of coffee with Dick Enberg.
Now with Trevor Hoffman.
Yeah.
But he quizzes me too. That's part of the fun of the show. 2-1.
How does Trevor take his coffee?
I don't remember.
No? Can't remember. Did he have a second cup?
Well, he was offered a second cup.
Because he never has a second cup.
Okay.
You don't remember that Folgers commercial back in the day? Remember?
I'm kind of into the Starbucks area.
Yeah, that old TV commercial where the guy goes home from work, he has a cup of coffee, and his wife says, "Hey, Bob, would you like another cup of coffee?" She says, and he goes, "Yeah." She goes, "Gosh, Bob never has a second cup of coffee because the coffee was so good."
I gotcha. Yeah. A pie and the count full to Smith. Walking twice tonight to boost his team leading total to 27 walks. So his on base percentage far and away leading the ball club. Full count. Fouls it away.
Hey, is that play still at the La Jolla Playhouse?
Oh yeah, chasing the song.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah, you're going to try to get tickets?
I'd like to try it maybe, but I don't have any time off.
I think there's 2 more weeks. It's a terrific show. I talked with some friends last night who saw it. We all agree that's going to make it to the big time. Going to go to Broadway. Full count. And he slaps that one deep down the left field side, curling back and where you want to sit if you want a baseball.
I'll tell you what, somebody's been working overtime, whether it's Spencer Dolan or Tony Patrica down in that clubhouse, rubbing up baseballs for this one. They're bouncing around that equipment room down there. Busting open dozens of baseball boxes for this one.
Strike 3 called. Smith caught looking. 1 away. Carlos Quinton has been hit by a pitch and walk. 0 for 2. He struck out and grounded out the other 2 times.
Well, it's to my understanding for your cup of coffee. Trevor had an espresso shot.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He went high octane for the interview.
He needed a boost, huh? Actually, we did that interview right at coffee time. Weak ground ball toward third. Alvarez ranging, can't pick up the ball, but Quinton, not running hard, is out anyway. And he's hearing it from the fans. Sore legs or not, they want you to run 90 feet. Should be in the contract. He figured it'd be an easy out, but you can't always count on that.
So I think as this ball is bobbled right there, Carlos is anticipating that Alvarez is going to make the clean play.
Not even close. He's out by 3 steps. Cameron Maben will bat. 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th.
And then he realized that he didn't make the clean play. Pulled up.
Maben with a sore calf that's been nagging him for a while. hitting just above 300. One ball, one strike. Big home run in Chicago to help the Padres to a win. His first of the season. Shot to short and through. Maben with a solid single, the 5th hit for the Padres tonight. And that extends the 9th inning for Yonder Alonso. Alonso 0 for 4, knocked in a run with a ground out the last time. Ground ball into the shift. Walker is there, and the ball game is over. The Pirates come in flexing their muscles and pound out a 10-3 win over San Diego tonight. Mike Pomerantz, what do you have in store?
I got some coffee for everybody. Hope you're going to stick around for Padres Live, the post-game show. In addition to what we're doing, hey, that coffee with Trevor Hoffman will follow us immediately. You're going to hear from Buddy Black in the post-game show. We'll tell you about tomorrow's starter, the rookie, Jesse Hahn, and Jordy Mercer getting it done.